Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to Royal Sussex Live. Welcome, one and all. Thank you so much for being here. Oh boy, where's that coming from? All right, perfect. Now let me grab some slides. And of course, I don't think we'll be here more than an hour. Okay. All right. Okay. I think we're good now. Fancy, fancy. Thank you so much for being here first. And hello to everyone else. I'll say hello to you as I go along. All right. Now what? Now what? Yes, a repurposed thumbnail. Now what? God, Willie looks old there, doesn't he? William looks so withered. He's not that much older than Harry, but he looks so withered. Like something dangling about the nether regions, you know what I mean? So, ugh, yuck, yuck, yuck. All right. Um I tell you, being left behind can change your personality, can it? Being left behind can change one's personality. If anybody knows, of course, is those two. And then we still haven't figured out what the conflict is between these two. Um, I told you my theory about the electric blue dress, right? Well, I call it electric blue, but that very deep royal blue color that is a favorite of Camilla's. And to be fair, I think it is also a favorite of Kate and her mother. And it seems as though when the two of them are together, unless Camilla is wearing something else, or if she unless she has to wear something else, like some uniform or robe or something, it is always going to defer to Camilla. Um, I think the maybe well maybe one time, and I went over this before, um, but I had to put a bunch of slides together to make my case. But it seems like something silly, but I do think it is a thing, and I think they are still feuding. Also, the whole thing with the tiara. Kate was probably looking forward to wearing a tiara that is for the coronation day. No one was allowed to wear a tiara. Now, just so there's no confusion, you only think tiara is for something like evening, dinner, after 6 or something like that, a state occasion. Well, of course, the coronation is a state occasion, right? And the coronation traditionally is a day where women would wear their tiaras. Everyone, because the place is supposed to be filled with aristocrats. Because Charles chose to bring in a bunch of volunteers and community leaders, and it was almost like a lottery to sort out who's going to be there. David Starkey hated it. He hated it. Um, and I can't say that I blame him, because if you're going to have a coronation, then you should give this the HD quality visual effect, which is something that was not available back in the 50s, of course. But give the do it. You know what I'm saying? Do the thing. Don't change it. And Charles changed a lot of the coronation to suit his taste, which it's an ancient ceremony. It's not really supposed to be that way. So, and I'm being a little selfish, but I wanted to see a coronation, not his coronation. I wanted to see the coronation. So I could understand that. So Kate decided that she would go, and it was reported that this crystal laurel wreath thing she has on her head cost like about 30,000 pounds. I don't know how. Um, it doesn't seem all that complicated if you're not using precious stones and, like, I don't know, platinum or something, white gold. But they say, I mean, it just looks like a bridal accessory. It looks like something you can go down to David's Bridal and get that. But that's what she selected to wear. And I'm pretty sure that Camilla was furious about that. And then, of course, there was that very awkward situation with the president of South Korea, where Kate tried to upstage everyone. Now, Kate, who had this big fuss about wearing tights, and she wanted the bridesmaids for Meghan's wedding. She wanted Charlotte to wear tights. Charlotte cried because she didn't like the dress. Charlotte cried because of the tights. And she steps out, and I'm reasonably certain that she was not wearing um any type of hosiery for that event. And of course the brown nosing press celebrated her muscular legs and all that. All right, Kate's legs is probably her best asset. It probably is. I'm going to say it probably is. But you have a very demure first lady of South Korea. You have the mother of plain Jane, Camilla, right? Who always looks like she just got through cleaning an office overnight downtown. And then Kate splashes out of the car wearing this garish red cape with a big giant bow, some gigantic hat, and something that was short, short, short underneath. And then when it was time to do a meet and greet inside of Buckingham Palace, then she changes. Then she changes into something red that's longer below the knee. And I think all of that nonsense really rubbed Clarence House, Buckingham Palace, whichever one they're using. I think that really rubbed them the wrong way. So no matter what they say, I still think these two are feuding. And then, of course, there is the Montecito miracle. They just keep on keeping on, minding their business, getting their daily dose of vitamin D from the sun. Um, Meghan's cooking and doing all this domestic goddess stuff whilst running a business at the same time. And Harry's handling his business. The kids are enjoying their lives out there. Even Doria popped up in the video. So it's all been very just beautiful. It's all been so very beautiful. Um, we're being well fed. There is new updates, new videos from Instagram almost every day. Almost every day. Um, we're getting something. And I'm enjoying that. It really shows how much they do actually work in comparison to other members of the family. Especially those two that seem to have had anywhere from 3 to 5 holidays since Christmas. Since Christmas. So, Prince Harry's fight for his future exposes deepening rift with King Charles. They are distant, source says. Source close to, and of course, when it's a source, you know what I'm saying. That's usually just somebody sitting there with an opinion. Source close to Harry tells people that his calls and letters to his father remain unanswered. Well, until we hear that from Harry, which we likely never will. Well, I won't say never because, if Harry feels it, he'll say it. But for now, we just have to say, yep, maybe, um, possibly. But until we get, word from him, that's all you can say. Um, as you know, I have been on this thing about just because it sounds like it's true doesn't mean it necessarily is. But that's what gives it so much weight is that it does seem to be a truth. But um, there are so many people that say so many things about the Sussexes that could not possibly have been witnessed firsthand or even mentioned to that person. So I tend to defer to, um, in all likelihood, it's not true. But in the past, we have had this notion that nobody's talking, only to find out that there had been conversations. So Charles doesn't have anything to lose, right? He is still the king. He doesn't have a lot to lose. He doesn't need to try to save face where his son is concerned, where Harry is concerned. William, that's another thing because William is imposing on his reign. William has created a shadow on his reign. And for the limited time Charles has, I know he certainly doesn't want people to think that he's operating with a regent, that he's totally independent of William. Plus, it was William that needed some rescuing with all of the King Constantine Memorial, Thomas Kingston mystery, and of course, the whole thing with Kate, and then him appearing looking as though he had either been in a fight or he just woke up from, an all nighter or something like that. He's the one who needed rescuing. Remember, they had to take over the PR for Kensington Palace because everything surrounding Kate's mystery illness was dropping the ball time and time again. So I don't see that Charles has anything to lose either way. I am going to be of the opinion that there has been conversation between father and son. I don't believe that there's been no conversation, none whatsoever. Either that, or perhaps they have corresponded by letter or email or something. But I just don't believe that there's absolutely nothing, even if it's some middle person or representation. There is some type of word between them. But I'm gonna hold out for the direct phone call. I don't think it's such a big deal. Yeah, they're making a lot of money. People Magazine is making a lot of money because on the one hand, they seem to be in favor with the Sussexes, and then on the other hand, they will sneak right in there and trash them almost as bad as the Sun or the Daily Mail. D. Patel, that is a affirmative. Charles has always been very rat-like, very much like you turn on the light and he's scurrying along the corner of the room, having ruined a loaf of bread or just jumped out of a garbage can or something. That is so true. I could not have put it better. Um, he does not seem to have a backbone of his own, and he just reacts. He does not think very much. He just reacts. He thinks and plots and schemes when it comes to things like cash for honors or buying another property. But when it comes to family, he's always been absolutely rotten. Always. I was just oh gosh, I don't know what I was looking at. And they were saying that as soon as Harry was born, soon as Diana was pregnant with Harry, essentially the Charles and Diana marriage was over. What little remnant they had was done. It was absolutely done. And it was just the formality of Diana giving birth to a second child, the heir and the spare. And all of this played out publicly. Even whether or not Diana was a virgin upon marriage, that was in the public realm. It was openly discussed, which is so interesting because you hear the old empire, the old colonizers with this idea that the rest of the world are a bunch of savages, and yet treating Diana, who was technically still a teenager when she married him, as far as I can remember. I think she was what, 18, 19? She was still a teenager. And yet, all of these people were plotting against Diana. And the crown, oh my God, the crown, the propaganda machine called the crown. One of those reels or clips or shorts or whatever pops up on my feed, and there's the actress playing Princess Anne telling Olivia, whatever her name is, that Diana's flat at Kensington Palace, Aunt Margot tells me it's like a revolving door, and they park where they know there's no cameras. And I'm just like, Diana is not here to defend herself. And if anything, that's Aunt Margot's apartment that was the revolving door. That was the one that had the revolving door. A revolving door, an elevator, a conveyor belt, stirrups, uh, a whole torture chamber set up in her boudoir. That's the one. She's the one that had the ball gags and all that kind of stuff. The thigh high boots and whips and chains. That was Aunt Margot. The one who flew off to the Isle of Mystique and came back with a teenager or whatever the guy was. That Aunt Margot, she's the one that had all these opinions about Meghan. I mean, not Meghan, Diana. She's the one that had all these opinions about Diana. Really? There was nobody. The Aunt Margot who fell asleep with her feet in boiling hot water. She was so out of it. She was the one gossiping about Princess Diana. I wouldn't suspect she was around long enough to see anything. She was too busy bed hopping herself, pretending to be the human mattress that she was. How dare she speak of Diana like that? But she dare. Yeah, oh man, it just makes my blood boil when I hear all of these reimagined scenarios about what Diana was up to. And it's so easy because, she's not here to defend herself. And Lord knows you can't expect her eldest child to do it. He won't do it. He's part of it. Now he's part of it. But essentially, this article, there was really nothing new in it. It was just an opportunity for them to get some clickbait and to create this cover. Now, that cover is dated the 20th. So I'm guessing that, this is not a pre anything. This is the article, but there's really nothing new there. Absolutely nothing. Now, this one here, Prince Harry speaks out for the first time on Meghan Markle's as ever brand success. I'm so happy for my wife. Of course you are, and you should be, because she is the deal. She is fantastic. But I can never be sure how someone feels about their partner because, after all, just like you, I am on the outside looking in. So I wonder how, if he had to put it into words, how would Harry actually say it?
My wife.
My wife.
My wife.
My wife and I.
My wife and I.
My wife and I.
My wife and I.
For me and my wife.
Me and my wife. I'm so proud of my wife.
My incredible wife.
An amazing wife.
The soulmate in my wife.
Thank you, my love.
The mother to my children.
The love of my life.
And what I know about the two of them, and I wish the world knew how much they love these two people love each other. They found each other out of all these odds against them finding each other, they found each other. And the love that they have is really, really moving. And I just wanted to do anything I could to support them.
Isn't that funny? Sometimes when you meet someone,
Yeah.
Sometimes you can see like what love is and
Right.
You can tell right away.
Yeah. And if I don't have that, what she and Harry have, I don't want it.
Okay, so I believe him. I believe he loves his wife. I believe him. I'm going to take him at his word. Yeah, I'm going to trust Harry on that one. He loves his wife. Don't you love that? I love that the video. I think one of the squaddies had put that together. And yeah, they put it together, and then I kind of added a little background music and such to it. But that was about the extent of my contribution. So I'm so happy for my wife and fully support absolutely everything she's done and continues to do. Prince Harry tells people in this week's exclusive cover story, I'm incredibly proud, he adds. Harry as Harry has been proud of Meghan day one. He was on cloud 9, over the moon, when he first realized that they were together. Remember this moment? Remember this moment. Meghan has reduced him to a Girl Scout. Look at him. This veteran of 10 years of service, right? This rugged, what do you call it? Action figure of a man. Meghan does this picnic for the Hub Kitchen cookbook. And Harry's so proud, he's blushing. He is so proud of her. He is absolutely blushing. And unfortunately, we did not have as many of these kind of days. Actually, we only had one day like this, because what made it so unique was that her, first really big accomplishment in that family Even Doria was invited to be there. And oh my God, did that ruffle feathers, should I say? They could, and it's so short sighted. It really is. It is so short sighted. What would a scene like that have done for the Commonwealth? What would that have done for modern Britain if you could have this blended family for an event that is somewhat casual in nature, right? And take a look at this. Talk about branding. Let's look at the branding. What is that? What is that over their head? That is a tent, probably the same that they use for the garden parties. This could have spoken to so many people in the country, so many people. But the idea of having a black face on the whitest of white institutions, unheard of. It was a huge missed opportunity. They totally missed this when they blew it. They blew it. They would rather have desperate, needy Carol Middleton riding around the Royal Ascot like she belongs there, as opposed to showing any type of racial tolerance or open-mindedness. They would rather have Carol, where is my paper bag with the bottle in it, Middleton, pouring shots in from the bleachers. They'd rather have her riding around Royal Ascot. Totally missed opportunity. Sometimes you don't know how good it is, how well things are going for you until you do or you don't. Total missed opportunity, but that's okay. That is okay. They don't deserve that type of attention from anybody, because the left behind royals, they are a particular type of menace in their hearts. They're just awful people. They really are awful people. And they had the whole world fooled until Diana came along. They really had the whole world fooled until Diana came along. That was the first time that exposed them for the awful people that they really are. And they are dreadful, absolutely dreadful. They don't even like each other. So Meghan Markle shares advice Prince Harry gives her when she gets overwhelmed. In the second episode of her new podcast, Confessions of a Female Founder, Meghan Markle lays bare the highs and lows of motherhood, from scrolling through her phone to look at photos of kids, Prince Archie and Princess Lilibet, because she just can't get enough of them, to bring up all the night with them when she's, being up all night with them when they are sick and sometimes needing a break. Let me make this bigger so I can see it. That is dreadfully small. Okay. Let me see here. Okay, I got it. Where did I leave off? Oh, because she just can't get enough of them, to being up all night with them when they're sick and sometimes needing a break from it all. In the April 15th episode of the new series from Lemonada Media, the Duchess of Sussex spoke with Girls Who Code and Mom's First founder, Reshma Saujani. The two women first met when Meghan was still a working royal and when Girls Who Code was expanding to the UK. That was when they first met. And just so you can see who they're speaking of, there she is right there on the right. Now, I confess, I was multitasking and I did not. I'm going to have to go back and watch or listen to the podcast again. I am so embarrassed. I mean, I had one job, but I was multitasking. Part of it, I was actually in the grocery store. So, not good. So I really need to take the time and listen to it without distractions, no texting and all that kind of stuff. I need to sit still and, go back to it. And that I will. So, oh, wait, which one was that? Let me see here. Oh, yeah, that was In Style. There we go. So just to give you a little bit more of that article. Yeah, there we go. I see where I left off here. So it says, it was my pleasure to reconnect with her and dig into the real talk about building, balancing, and breaking through with babies, no less, Meghan wrote on her Instagram story. How's that for some alliteration? Oh, by the way, you guys, if you have seen it, please give us a thumbs up and let us, or not seen it, but watched it. Please give us a thumbs up just so we can get an idea of who have actually listened to the podcast. And I actually posted the link for it. That was the last thing I did last night, was post the link and kind of multitask my way through it and just did not get the full message. So again, I do apologize for that. In the episode, Meghan opened up about being a mom, calling it her favorite title. Love it. I love being a mom. Oh my gosh. I love being a mom so much. It's my favorite thing. But she admits it's not always easy. As she recorded the episode with Saljani, I hope I'm saying that right, one kid had RSVP, RSV, and the other had the flu. What is RSV? And the other had the flu. I hear a little pitter-patter of feet upstairs from school, cough syrup all night and rubbing the back and this you go. And we still find a way to show up for both. Meghan said, referring to motherhood and work, she added that it was imperative that women just be honest in the journey of it and say, yeah, today I'm going to show up for you, but I'm showing up for you in my sweatshirt today because I've been up all night with my babies. Oh, I like that. I like that. So I'm looking at the thumbs ups. All right. Cookies and cream, Sussex Riviera. Who else? Mary H. Antoinette Kennedy. All right. Hey, plus size fairy. Did I miss some thumbs ups? Well, you guys, am I to understand that most of us have not listened to it yet? I mean, if that is the case, I feel a little better, but not much because after all, I am the content creator right now. So it was really my place to make sure that I'm, present and accounted for. But maybe if I wasn't up all night talking about the lobby of some 1920s Art Deco apartment building, I don't even know how we got on that topic. Does anybody remember? I was obsessed with the lobby of a 1920s former hotel turned apartment building. I don't know how that happened. Oh, well. And what was also shocking is that there were over 700 people that stayed and listened to me talk about the 1920s hotel turned apartment building. I'm like, y'all still here? Y'all still here, really? Okay, but I appreciate it. I really do. Thank you all for staying up with me. Okay, so it says here, but I'm still going to be able to show up for both because both matter and both are what keep my cup full, she continues. She called this the ability to be confident enough to tell the truth about what's going on, adding, because you can't give grace to someone in the same way if you just have no sense of it. Ooh, that's powerful. Connie Balmer! Hey, Connie Balmer. But sometimes Meghan admitted, I just need a break. I just need a minute. I just need a minute. She also referred that she was prone to scroll through pictures endlessly on my phone. Well, who doesn't do that? Of course, the kids. All right. Now, I'm scrolling through short videos. Oh, I got to stop doing that. And referred to Prince Harry when he added, then my husband's like, my love, can you just give yourself a minute? Why don't you go and work out? Why don't you go take a bath? And then she says, I'm like, I know, but I just want to cuddle. Meghan continued finding it hard to separate herself from motherhood. It's the parenting paradigm where it is so full on, I wouldn't trade it for anything. In another vulnerable moment, Meghan asked Sajani about her experience of a miscarriage when building Girls Who Code. Meghan has also publicly revealed in the past that she had a miscarriage between the birth of Archie in 2019 and the birth of Lilibet in 2021. Now, remember, the Sussexes were hoping to have 2 children. They were not planning for a family much bigger. And sadly, with the miscarriage, it really was heartbreaking for them, of course, but it also became another factor in their relocating to the US because simultaneously they were trying to build a life in California. And they have been very successful at it, but they had hoped for a boy and a girl. They hoped for 2 children. And then, of course, the tragedy also includes the fact that it was that family and that newspaper back home in the UK that was such an aggravating factor. And we all know that. We all know that. You marry into a family and your brother-in-law, your husband's brother, has some horrible vendetta against you. And he recruits the palace staff, allegedly, the tabloid newspaper, allegedly, for the lawyers listening. He recruits all of these people, allegedly, to go after his brother and his sister-in-law. Welcome to the family. Welcome to the family. It was bad enough to have your first child compared to a chimpanzee. And as you look around for support from the family, as you look around from support from the responsible media and the rest of the public, and it doesn't seem to be any. Doesn't seem to be any at all. I don't think anyone could be comfortable in those circumstances. And it must have been horrible planning a family, trying to find financial stability, starting a foundation, all of the things that they were doing whilst relocating to California to get away from that family. They didn't have a whole army of people doing everything for them. They had to establish themselves. And what's worse is those people back in the UK that they left behind, Harry's family, of course, the ever-present press, the courtiers, for the most part, they don't care. They do not care. Charles, he's already showed his concern. He pulled security away. Do you guys remember when Meghan said that sometimes she would be up at night wondering if the doors are locked? Are my babies safe? Even if she wanted to, she could never just go back to being Rachel Meghan Markle. She never can go back. She's the Duchess of Sussex. And she always will be. She couldn't go back if she wanted to. There is no going back. Shared advice on being a woman founder. Meghan shared if need donation for a charity, you likely to get a donation when you ask for advice instead of directly asking for money, and they usually give advice. Oh, okay. Thank you for sharing that. Yeah, see, we're on the same page. When people were sending death threats and then your security gets pulled, exactly. Yep. Oh, and let's not forget, there was a global pandemic going on, right? There was a global pandemic going on. What was it, January 2022? When we finally, well, maybe it was December 2021, something like that, when we finally had a vaccine. At least I think that's when I got my first shot. So all of that going on. And trust and believe, you guys, I cannot say this enough. It's like 3 different levels. I'm going to use the White House as an example. You're president of the United States, your first lady, you have your family. There's a certain level of threats that comes in no matter who's in the White House. And then, of course, let's throw in that it's a family of color. All right, that ups the level of threats. So let's say we have a president, first lady, and let's say that we have a lady president and a first gentleman. They may be of Latino descent, Asian, Hispanic, however you want to say it. They could be a lot of things. There's going to be threats for that. There's going to be some very bad threats. But when you put a black person in there, that is when you get you can multiply it by 10, you can multiply it by 100. And even worse, when a high profile situation like that involves someone Black, a lot of the people that's making the threats, they don't even hide themselves. They're not somewhere cutting, you know how in the old pictures when they would write a note, they would take a magazine and just cut the letters out and glue them, being careful not to leave fingerprints. They don't even do that. They'll say that, my name is John Smith. I live at such and such court. And if I ever see him around here, they don't even try to hide it. And this is very well documented. When the Obamas were in the White House, you could multiply the threats, and the severity of the threats had increased so much that Michelle Obama was absolutely terrified. And one of the biggest sources of it was someone who eventually became president. Not that he was the one making the threats, but his vitriol, his language, his lies are one of the things that fueled it. Do you understand? That is what fueled those threats. So whenever there's someone Black in a profile like that, it expands exponentially. And that is what happened with Meghan. So they all, Charles likes to say, oh, my darling boy, we've all been through it. No, you haven't. And even though they were picking on Kate Middleton, it was never about race, was it? I'm telling you, when you throw race in there, it's like throwing kerosene on a fire. It expands. It's a mushroom cloud. And that is what Meghan has been enduring. That's what Harry has been enduring, trying to protect his wife. It's a whole nother consciousness when someone hates you for your race. And then it's even worse for some reason if it's somebody Black. They just feel like you cheated, you schemed, you are not supposed to be here. And I'm going to do something about it. That has been my life experience. That has been my life experience. And if you know better, we can talk about it. But I believe that to be true. I've seen it too many times. We had a Black mayor in Chicago. We haven't had a Republican elected in Chicago probably since the 1930s or something. We haven't had a Republican mayor. Not in my lifetime. Not in my lifetime. But because there was somebody Black running for mayor, they almost flipped the city. They almost flipped it Republican. I had never seen such panic in my life. You guys, I know you think I'm exaggerating. You would have had to be here. You would have had to have been here. Harold Washington ran for mayor, and he was a congressman, a lawyer, very well educated, but he was Black. So it's no exaggeration. I've lived it. I've lived through it with a president. I lived through it with a mayor. I've seen it with governors across the United States. It's not as bad as it used to be. But back in the 1980s, almost every big city in America seemed like it had a Black mayor. A Black mayor of Los Angeles, a Black mayor in Chicago. All of these big industrial cities had Black mayors. So the majority of the population in the country at one time seemed like they were governed by these big city black mayors who even had influence on the entire state and the suburban areas. That was a very weird time. And it hasn't happened for a long time. I mean, it took until, Eric Adams and Lori Lightfoot and a few other people to see that happen again. But back in the 1980s, it was all over the country. There were so many of them. I remember that time. Elaine Parker, thank you for the. Oh, what happened to my bell? There you go. Thank you so much for the super sticker. What's that? Black mayor in Philadelphia. Call him out. Call him out. You remember that time? You remember that time? Yeah, but there's there's a Asian mayor in Philadelphia now, right? Or am I thinking Boston? I think I'm thinking Boston. And you know what? I was proud. I was proud to have a Jewish mayor. I was proud. I'm proud to have a Jewish governor. I was proud to have some Eastern European guy that was governor. I like the diversity. I love it. I don't just want every mayor to be black, every governor to be black. I don't want every president to be black. I want people to vote for the best candidate. I don't want people to go into a panic because they're not like us. And I believe that's what happened with a lot of people in the UK. That this pit in the feeling in their stomach because of a black princess. I believe a lot of people just went into a panic about that. There were people who embraced it. There were people who celebrated it. But there was always an undercurrent of disdain from a certain sector of the population. They do not want to see the royal family infiltrated by others. It doesn't matter how much education they have, how they live their lives. It does not matter. They do not want to see this. And sadly, there's a lot of black people that have a problem with that. Seriously. There are a lot of black people that have a problem with that. There's a lot of people of color in the Commonwealth who feels like Meghan and Doria need to stay in their place. And their place is nowhere near that royal family. I have never understood that. I've never understood that notion. But there's always an element, especially with older people, where something like this is just not meant to be. And I know some of you all know what I'm talking about. What a strange world we live in. Let me see. Yeah, there was a lot of gaslighting and brainwashing. I agree with that. I agree with that. And you know why I accept that to be true? Because there's a lot of people who voted for Obama that will lie and say they didn't. There's a lot of people who voted for Obama that is now wearing MAGA hats. So I believe it. I believe it to be true. I believe that even now, most people in Britain are very accepting of Meghan. I believe that. I believe it's just a very loud minority of people that are the haters. But I believe that most people in Britain are not racist. I believe that most people in Britain have been brainwashed by the politicians, just like here in the US. They exploit people's differences and come up with all of these things to make people afraid. But I think in most people to their core are not just you know, outwardly racist people. I don't believe it. I really don't. But I believe people um, react because in ways that they think their neighbors will. I believe people react out of fear. I do believe that, but I don't think most people at their core are just bitter racists. I don't believe that. I mean, I've worked with people from all walks of life, and everybody had their biases about somebody. But all in all, when it came lunchtime, there wasn't a black table, there wasn't a white table. We mostly sat by age groups, right? We mostly sat with people within our age groups. There was the early 20s, the late 20s, early 30s. There was the 40s and 50 somethings. We all sat by our age group. I don't ever remember us dictating our seating arrangements by race. We celebrated each other's birthdays, all of those things. A lot of the people at work went out to drink after hours. So I, I could believe that some of them may have felt a certain way before they worked there. They may have gone back to that. But while they were there, hey, they were model prisoners just like everybody else. Bearing deep in their minds, those black folks supporting the monarchy think they're white. Yeah. I understand, Connie Bomber. I understand. I understand. They tend to side with the establishment because in some weird way they believe they're one of them. They do. They believe they're one of them. So, yep, I totally get it. You guys, I hope this didn't get suddenly so deep, but I just haven't been back and forth with these issues all this time. It never uh ever escapes the original sin, and that is racism. It We can never escape from that one. That is the original sin when it comes to the United States. And building an empire for Britain, that was the original sin, an empire built on racism, turning one group against the other, feeding lies to one population to the other, not to mention genocide and all the other stuff. But such is the history of Western civilization for the last few hundred years. Ah, that would give me great satisfaction. I attended Colin Powell's book signing. They kept asking if he will run for president. He said he wouldn't run because his wife thinks he'll be assassinated. I remember that. What was her name? Alma? I think her name was Alma. And Alma was, oh my God, Alma was terrified. You could see the terror in her eyes. Alma was not for that. Not at all. Not at all. Colin Powell had to consider his wife. You know, a lot of people, when they run, they ask their wife, they ask their children, you know, do you want to do this? And Alma said no. Alma was like, So he had that book tour because, you know, they go on a book tour before they announce, right? Just to see what's out there. And Alma said, no, 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 no. We don't need this. We don't need it. I pray for a more tolerant world. I really do. So, I suppose this lady is trying to focus and squint her eyes to figure out. Have you all seen her? She's in a lot of memes. She's trying to figure out Prince William rides in a British tank during visit to NATO base just 90 miles from Putin's Russia. And I guess she's trying to figure out if that's supposed to make him a tough guy, if that's supposed to make him the embodiment of Winston Churchill. I'm not sure. I remember when that article came out that Prince William was just 90 miles from Putin's Russia. And if you remember, I was like, so? Remember that? I said, do y'all know how many people live 90 miles from the Russian border? Do y'all know how many people live 50 miles, 20 miles from the Russian border? So what? As a matter of fact, if you live in Alaska, you are literally touching Russia. Alaska and Russia touch. The people in Alaska are so much closer to Russia than just about anybody else in the United States. No, than anybody else in the United States. They're closer to Russia than anyone. So what's the point? What difference does it make? He was 90 miles from Putin's Russia. Oh my God, he's so tough and rugged. I think I'm getting turned on by that. Oh my goodness. Is he ever so hot now? What was I thinking? What a He-Man. But wait for it. Now, Prince William's fury at Harry's surprise visit to Ukraine war zone. But we knew that, didn't we? We knew that was a problem. The thing is, I didn't think that they would embarrass themselves by admitting that they were bothered by it. I didn't think that they would embarrass themselves. Now, just yesterday, I shared with you that they had wrote an article pointing out that William wanted to go, but he couldn't go. But they weren't satisfied with that. Now they have this argument, or not argument, but this article saying that William is furious with Harry. It is too late. It is too late. Harry has been there and gone back home. Why were they not this upset when it was Sophie Wessex? Why was this? You see there, Harry has been around Black people so much, they starting to treat him different. They are treating him different. Now, they didn't have any of this kind of angry outbursts for Sophie Wessex. She was first. Why are you so mad at light-skinned Harry? Why? I mean, this is over the top. And y'all know they wouldn't have wrote this article unless they were trying to send a message. It wouldn't have happened. I don't get it. Sophie was there first. So Sophie gets to boast about being the first royal to visit the war zone. Now, good luck trying to find anything about it. I mean, you can, but you have to look for it. Because when it came out, it was Sophie. Nobody knew, nobody cared. Nobody was interested that Sophie was there. Sophie had to bring her own photographer. Sophie had to, call up people in the press and say, here, I am in Ukraine. And they're just like, who is this? The Duchess of Edinburgh. Who? The Duchess of Edinburgh. Who? The Duchess of Edinburgh. There is no Duchess of Edinburgh. Yes, there is. Most people don't even remember she's the Duchess of Edinburgh, let alone that she's even doing work, because there's no coverage for it. I'm telling you, if you want to hide in plain sight, go on tour with Sophie, okay? If you're a fugitive from justice, just stay in Sophie's shadow and they'll never find you. They will never find you. You would be just like a ficus tree. You could pretend to be a potted plant because nobody will ever notice you're there. In Sophie's shadow, you're invisible, non-existent. So yeah, if you're a fugitive and you need to try to hide, just stay close to Sophie. That's the last place anybody will look for you, because nobody's looking for Sophie. I'm so bad. Oh my God, I'm so bad. But y'all know it's true. You know it's true. You could hide a whole herd of elephants behind Sophie and nobody would know it was there because nobody looks at Sophie. Yep, you could do like David Copperfield and make a whole building disappear behind Sophie. Who would ever notice? Chances are she's wearing one of them ugly dresses. So even if you did look that way, all you're going to see is what ridiculous outfit she has on. Woo! Okay, I got to stop. I got to stop. But y'all know it's true. Sophie don't get any respect. So anyway, William was absolutely furious at Harry. How dare he? How dare he? It says Prince William. Oh, you know what? Let me do this. There we go. The Prince of Wales is said to have voiced his frustration to Kensington Palace staff, who urged him against arriving in the war-torn nation. William did pay a visit last month to Estonia. Wait, there's a place called Estonia? Where's Estonia? Is that near Trent? What is that? Is that near Stoke-on-Trent or Trent-on-Stoke? Where's Estonia? Is that somewhere near York? Right? Is that Sherwood Forest? Where's Estonia? Is that the street where the Desperate Housewives live? Estonia Lane? They're making that up. There is no such place as Estonia. I'm just kidding. Yeah, I know where it is. I know where it is. It's one of those Eastern European, former Warsaw Pact, Soviet controlled areas. I'm just kidding. Okay, so Estonia, one of Ukraine's neighbors, where he donned combat gear and a beret when greeting troops at a NATO base. But the Mail reported today how palace sources pointed out William's long-hoped keenness. Oh my God, he was keening. His keenness to visit Ukraine, and that he was rankled by Harry's appearance there. William, meanwhile, last week traveled to France, capital, to watch his football club, Aston Villa, play Paris Saint-Germain in the Champions League. Oh, no mention of the ski trip? I don't see any mention about them going skiing. I thought they went skiing and then they went to a football match. How did they omit that? How do you miss a whole family of 5 people and a staff of 20 up in the mountains somewhere skiing? How did they miss that? Because I didn't. The French press didn't miss it. The only way they would have missed it is if Sophie was there. The only way they would have missed it if all 5 of them was standing behind Sophie. Then, of course, nobody would have ever saw them. I think next time Will and Kate want to sneak away, they should take Sophie Wessex with them. And then nobody will ever know where they are. Security officials are said to have firmly rejected the prospect of William visiting Ukraine, which has been suffering since Russia's invasion in February 2022. Really, they firmly denied him the opportunity to visit. So you send a woman, you send Sophie Wessex, the proud mother of 2 and the proud Duchess of Edinburgh, instead of sending a rugged He-Man, a real Rambo like Prince William, someone who has special training like in that movie Taken. Yeah, he's got all that special martial art training, survival skills. Yeah. They say one of the things that William is very good at is breaking fingers. Oh, they say he's good at breaking someone's finger. So if something would have happened in Estonia, suddenly you would find so many people with broken fingers, with plasters all over their fingers. That's the one thing he's good at. If you know, you know. All right, you guys. I am so bad. Let me stop before I get in trouble. Nobody can orchestrate a trampoline accident like William. Right? And if you're a financier and you're found tragically unalive in a locked barn, all right, you guys, you're going too far now. You're going. All right. Enough. Anyways, we're just having fun. So Harry shows up looking tan and rested and loved by all. You know, William had to get into uniform. William had to jump in and out of a tank and stand on a Jeep like George S. Patton. He did all of that stuff just to get attention. Whereas Harry, y'all remember they broadcast that all over. It was a headline everywhere. Even all of the local news stations across the U.S. spoke about Harry's surprise visit to Ukraine. William has plucked the last of his top hair follicles out because he is big mad. Ooh, he's mad because he has been upstaged in the most epic way by his little brother. He has been totally upstaged by his little brother. But I wouldn't think that William was so interested in Ukraine in the first place, because when he had when he had an opportunity to spend time with the Ukrainian expats, he was talking all fast, didn't bring anything with him. Y'all remember that? This is William who wants to spend time with Ukrainians.
I'm sorry we can only come and give words and comfort, but we are thinking about you the whole time and we really care about what's going on. So
sometimes it's just more than financial.
well, if we can give you the odd smile here and there, that's important. So I'm sorry we can only come and give words and comfort, but we are thinking about you the whole time and we really care about what's going on. So
sometimes it's just more than financial.
well, if we can give you the odd smile here and there, that's important. So
Wow. He was talking so rapidly. How disingenuous. He was talking so rapidly. Well, we wish I was there, but and me and Kate are going to go and watch some men athletes. That's what he was really saying. Well, we wish you could have got, but and that's how it is. And me and Kate are going to go and watch some men athletes. That's what he was really saying. That's what he's really saying. He and Kate wanted to go home so that they could watch some sports on television or whatever, as they both seem to only come out for male athletes. Kate has nothing to do with women athletics. William has nothing to do with women athletics. And he has made that clear. When the Lionesses were playing in a championship, he didn't go. When it came to the Olympics, he didn't do anything with the women teams, only the men. And Kate is the same way. They are the same way. They both love to watch the male physical form in athletic situations. But when it comes to women, I'm telling you guys, I'm not making this up. They avoid it like the plague. They avoid it like the plague. Men only. They always discriminate. When was the last time you saw Kate present a trophy to a woman at Wimbledon? When? Because I don't recall ever seeing it. Lex says, just like they denied him going to war. Sure. Wait, sure, Jan. Thank you, Legs. Yeah, let William tell it. William was all ready to go to war. And at the last minute, they were like, you can't go. You're going to be king. Yep, let him tell it. This is the man who barely served as the air ambulance operator. This is the man who stole one of the helicopters. Remember that? When William just took a helicopter and went to a party? William, who lost a firearm while he was in service, he got reprimanded as much as they would allow because he lost his firearm. How do you lose something like that? If that was anybody else, it would have been hell to pay. You take a helicopter like you're renting from Avis. You lose your firearm like you just left your cell phone at home. And then, of course, you show up when you want to. William didn't go to the BAFTAs last time. And that wasn't the first time he missed. William missed one of the Commonwealth days. Queen Elizabeth's most important day on the calendar, William went skiing. He and Bedknobs and Broomsticks went skiing. Old Skull and Bones went skiing. And of course, that is when Robert Jobson wrote that article telling William it's time to grow up. But Robert Jobson didn't just write it, he was told to write it because nobody can talk to William. You better not tell William what to do. So what they do is they have people in the media write articles because we know that William keeps the Daily Mail, the Sun, and all the other publications right there in that little pocket on the door of the helicopter. We've seen pictures of it. So he reads it every day. Let's see. Lviv, terrible death toll from Russian attack. 2022, 7 dead. April 2022, 7 dead, 11 injured. 2023, 16. March 2023, 5. So what you can see here is that even though, and I shared the map with you all the other day, even though it's so far away from the border of Russia, they still have been hit. They have been hit in Lviv. So just because they're far away does not mean that you're not in harm's way. See there? Sumy is where they were attacked on Palm Sunday. And then Lviv is all the way over there near the border of Poland. And the little star in the middle, that's Kyiv, or as we say in the West, Kiev. That's Kyiv right there. So if I recall, what was the distance? Oh, did I put it here? I forgot, but I think it was a distance of, oh my goodness. Oh, I forgot what it was, but it's like a day's drive. It's a day's drive. But yeah, so even in Kyiv, there's still the chance that you can get hurt. So just to give you an idea of the geography. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean Kyiv. I meant Lviv. You know what, guys? Is it just me, or does it seem like the Daily Mail is trolling William? To me, it seems like they're trolling William. It really does. They will do that sometimes. I feel like they're trolling William, and maybe they're trolling him because of that ski trip, because they're trying to tell him it's time to get serious. It is time to get serious because people are talking about the ski trip. Not that I think it's going to make a big difference, but people are talking about that ski trip. They really are. And not in a good way. And not only are they covering for William, but they're also trying to cover for Kate, which I'm going to share that with you very soon. But the ski trip, this is why they did not run an article about it. They didn't even cover the ski trip. The only way that they spoke about it was saying that William may want to sue. And look at this. Look at this. They were hoping that the lady on the right side there was going to say something negative about Harry. Nothing could have been further from the truth. You could even hear it in the tone of the lady on the left side. I'm going to play it for you. It was absolutely disgusting what she did. Yep, you can hear the whole tone change. Let me see. Do I have that? I do believe I do. Okay, that was the 24th. No, not the 24th. What am I saying? The 24th. What day was that? Oh, that was the 12th. Okay. Okay. Hmm. Oh, wow. I don't see it. Oh, here it is.
Change gears slightly and ask you about Prince Harry's secret trip to Ukraine. That's been in the spotlight today. What do you make of his visit to the country?
You know, we appreciate everyone's support, especially in such a delicate topic as veterans and the veterans who have lost their limbs and who are recovering. And we appreciate all pieces of the support that we can get from all over the world. And of course, it means a lot for our veterans to get the attention of a member of royal family and to get his goodwill and words of support and pretty much like the emotional attention that the people need. It has been overall very important for all of us to know that we are not alone in this fight and in everything that we are facing after the fight. So, of course, we are grateful, and we have received many good words from all over the country, saying that it's important to know that veterans are not forgotten as well. And while Ukraine is fighting for our survival, we have thousands of people who have been wounded during this war. And aside of some physical support and medical support that we are trying to get them, they also need lots of attention and emotional support, knowing that they are not forgotten and knowing that there will be a life after the treatments that they will go through.
Okay, thank you
Kira,
very
I just
much.
want to change gears slightly and ask you.
Thank you very much. It's easy to understand why they're frustrated, why William is very frustrated, because he feels like that should have been his moment. I really do believe that. All kidding aside, I do believe that William is very angry because he felt as though that was a William moment, not a Harry moment. Harry was there for the veterans. It all makes sense because there's a veterans center there. Harry went with other members of a delegation from Invictus. He did not go there with, active military people. He went there with other members of Invictus. It just makes sense. But that's not going to pacify William. So I think he's furious. I do believe he's mad. I don't think it's an exaggeration. I think he is absolutely fuming at the idea that Harry had this big moment, because he has been trying to pull this global statesman crap for the longest time, and it's been a tough sell. It's been a tough sell. It's basically just words. And if he thinks that he's going to You see the way they're fawning all over Harry? I mean, they just, Everybody wants to touch him. Everybody wants to be in a photo with him. Where Williams thing that he was doing, being the commentator, it was very rehearsed. Nothing wrong with that. You should know what you're talking about. But Harry's was not. Harry was not super polished about talking about the sport because it was something that is not really his favorite. He was there. He represented. I mean, I remember it very well. It wasn't the strongest commentary, but that wasn't the point. They wanted to honor him. They wanted his influence at that event. But for William, it's almost like a make or break situation. William does not intend to be a traditional monarch. He is not going to be he hasn't been a traditional Prince of Wales. He's never been a traditional heir to the throne because he does not like the work. He's not into the work. His hope is that enough glossy videos, if I could just hire the right camera crew, if we can use slow motion mode in just the right way, that people will take that as being a very modern, hardworking royal. And that is what he and Kate have depended on. They were late for the coronation. Late for the coronation. Because they were filming a video that morning. And what was the video about? It was about them going to the coronation. The video was about them going to the coronation. Not his coronation, his father's coronation. William and Kate were supposed to arrive before Charles and Camilla. Charles and Camilla had to wait for Will and Kate. And then after he got so angry, Charles had that outburst while they were sitting in the carriage in the rain. Oh, God, Camilla, we never start on time. I knew it. And such is his commitment. He couldn't get there on time because he's always worried about whether or not he can upstage his brother. That's why he was late. That's why I laugh when I hear the derangers say, William is going to be king. Kate is going to be queen. Like that's supposed to shut us down. Like that's supposed to be like our kryptonite. Like, oh, no. Like we're going to shrink away because William is going to be king. Wait till you see what kind of king he is. Then start bragging. But don't put the cart before the horse, right? Don't put the cart before the Camilla. Wait until you see what kind of king he turns into. You'll be sorry. And of course, the kids, Meghan and the children tearing into that bread. Oh, that was an epic moment. That was so much fun. And everybody talked about it. Everybody was talking about little Lily serving bread to everybody. And little Archie just kind of pulled back so she could do her work. Both of them were supposed to do it together. You can see Archie has his little carving knife there. And Lily's like, here, Daddy. Here, Papa. Oh, what are they going to do, you guys? What are they going to do? Because Will and Kate cannot keep up. Y'all know that. They're like they're like a big out of breath, out of shape person that has not been challenged in a long time. You know what I'm saying? It's like you're not in the best of shape. Maybe you smoke 3 packs of cigarettes a day so you can barely breathe, and then somebody challenges you and you try to run after them. You only got about 3 or 4 good steps before you have to stop and wheeze. And that is the equivalent of what you get from Will and Kate. They got a few acts in them, and then after that, they got to take another month off. You know what I laugh when I think about it is how when they thought that the With Love Meghan was coming out in January, Will and Kate both went out. They got so busy. They were doing all that stuff, only for Harry and Meghan to respectfully retreat away from everything because of the LA fires. That was the most that Kate had worked in a 1-week period ever. That was the most she had ever worked in 1 week. Oh my God, that was funny. For a 1-week period, that was the most that Kate had ever worked. I was proud of her. I said, oh my God, this girl has worked at least 3 days this week. I was kind of proud of her. Seriously. I didn't think she had it in her. But she did. And then, of course, she took another couple of months off. But but she did work for a couple of days, and William right along with her. So, you know, I give them credit for that. They tried. Oh, this is so bad, but I got to do it. This is so bad. Let me see. What was the date? October 15th. Oh, that's so bad, but I got to do it. Don't let me forget that, October 15th. Oh, Lord, forgive me. All right. So there's William, or should I say Rambo. There's William all geared up and everything. He got on his Kevlar vest, a helmet. But for the color, I would have thought it was his head. He's all geared up and everything, ready to impress. And don't forget, you guys, do not forget, he is 90 miles from Putin's Russia. Repeat after me, 90 miles from Putin's Russia. One more time, 90 miles from Putin's Russia. Even she's trying to make sure she understands that he's 90 miles from Putin's Russia. I don't know how that was supposed to impress us, but okay, I guess I'm impressed. Only for Harry to show up with a hero's welcome, no less. A hero's welcome. When he went to Lviv. And that is why William is furious. I'm having too much fun. Wait. Oh, there we go. Sorry about that. And of course, remember, it's never a good idea for somebody so weak to take a picture inside of a tank. It is like Governor Dukakis all over again. That is a very Mike Dukakis moment where you are so insecure that you need to take a picture inside of a tank that you don't even know how to drive. Very Mike Dukakis. Oh, what a moment. And Harry looks so handsome. He looks so handsome. I don't know what he's been doing, but he looks good. He looks blessed. And then, of course, embracing this young man, spending some time with him, spending time with all of the people there. Harry at his best. Now, there is Kate. You guys, I got in trouble because I posted this on my Twitter. I posted this on my Twitter, and I forgot how many responses I got, but they were mad at me. I don't know why. Well, yes, I do. And well, I'll show you why. I'll show you why they got mad. What is it? What number is that one? Oh, is that number 31? Okay. I'll show you why they got mad at me. All I said was, look who's lost their fear of black men. What is so bad about that? It's true. Y'all remember how she was shrinking away from LeBron James? Now she's standing there, and the guy has his arm around her shoulder, and she doesn't look like she's about to vomit. She looks so comfortable and at peace with herself. That's all I said. And they got, hey, Ann, I didn't know you were here. Yes, I was being totally messy, but she has gotten over her fear of black men. I'm proud of her because before she looked so bemused. She looked so out of her element. Like, this black man is touching me. So I was kind of proud of her when I saw her, being so open and accepting of him. Accepting of his, gesture of camaraderie and affection. Because you don't see her do that often, and least of all with somebody black. So that's real progress. She's making progress, and she should be proud of herself for that. Let's see. Now that was from yesterday, and so I was so moved by it, I posted that on my Twitter. You see there? She's walking in the woods with him, slow motion, of course. They had to slow it down so it seems more mystical, right? Like they have really crossed the great divide. Yeah. And you know what? She didn't even have that dumb look on her face like she has. I hate that look on her face right there. It looks so smug. It looks so smug. I cannot stand that her walking through the field of grains. But see, look at her right there. And then all the papers were saying that he broke protocol. And the palace did nothing to defend LeBron James. As though he had assaulted her in some kind of way. He was just being friendly. I mean, y'all the one wanted to meet him. You see there? All of those headlines about LeBron James breaching protocol. And the palace said nothing. Absolutely. He always does that. He didn't treat them in any way different. They need to stop doing that, though. How does it feel to play in front of royalty? They keep putting people on the spot like that. They a fan, right? Like what's his name, Lamar? What's his name, Lamar? Like he says, they a fan. Kendrick Lamar. They a fan. That's all. They might be royal, but they a fan. They ain't nothing special. Yeah, and the palace should have issued a statement to tamp it down, but they said nothing. They said nothing. And it's really to Kate's detriment because it feeds into that stereotype of the white woman being so inaccessible. It feeds into a terrible stereotype. It really does. And they should not have let that happen. They really should not have let that happen. It turned into something ridiculous. Like in those movies where people are losing their lives left and right so that they can protect Jane. Like those, what do you call it? Those Tarzan movies. All these animals that they're slaughtering, all these people that they're killing because they have to protect Jane. Well, why is Jane in the jungle in the first place? Why is Jane here? If Jane would have stayed home, all of those animals and people wouldn't have had to die. Oh, so yeah, I didn't like that. I didn't like the whole implication of it. I did not like it. They made it seem like LeBron James was like it was something wrong with him. I did not like that. So anyway, let me go back to where I had left off here. Was it there? Oh, nope. Oh, yes, I got a little sound bite I'm going to play for you guys. Wait, where the hell am I at here? Have I lost my place? Let me see. I think I skipped something. Oh, this is out of place. That's what it is. This is out of place. Okay, so I'm going to have to mix the two of them together. Sorry about that. Let's go back to Harry and his military service. Okay, we'll go back to Kate in a minute. I love these pictures right here. I love these pictures because, as you can see, Harry was a soldier even as a young child. Wearing his knickers, he was still a soldier. William is deferring to Harry. He's not even conscious of it, but he's deferring to his brother. His brother is the all-watchful eye. Look at him scanning the perimeter, looking for trouble. And William is watching him and wanting to see what he sees. He does not have a protective stance. If anything, he looks like he's about to take off and run. Right? He looks like he's about to take off and run. He has absolutely no authority in his posture. Whereas Harry looks like he's ready to tear some stuff up. Do you see that? I mean, they're kids. They're kids. And I'm not a body language expert. But Harry is there to protect, to serve and protect. William doesn't look like he's sure what he is there for. He don't even know what he's there for. And nothing has changed. It is still the same way. He has no intellectual curiosity about anything around him. That's why I love these photos. I love these photos. Harry is scanning the horizon, ever ready to protect his family. And William, he's ready to let somebody else handle the problem. How about that? I love that. I love it. I'm so sorry I got these out of order, but I'm just going to have to try to work my way through it. Oh, yeah. They hated them at that game. They hated them at that game. They were trying to whip up all of this excitement for them, and people were just like, so what? They couldn't be bothered. And look at Harry. Even at that young age, ever the soldier, he could not wait to get in uniform. Could not wait. And there's Harry, all grown up, ready for action in comparison to his brother. And I'm not going to lie and say I hate to compare them. I love to compare them because there is no comparison. Harry has just always been that much more capable. William is sulking and grimacing. Look at him. He draws his authority because people are obliged to do it. Harry draws his authority because he's earned it. And that's the difference. That is the difference. Harry has earned favor. Yeah, Harry has earned his place. Look at the people with the cameras. Even they smiling. Now, I wouldn't be petty if I didn't share this with you, so let me just go ahead and put it up there. I would not be petty if I didn't share this, but we've all seen it. We've all loved it, and we're all going to watch it again. Oh boy, can't have that music. Can't have that music. But I mean, action figure. Action figure. In an instant. In an instant. Look at how he's reading the situation. When he understood what was going on, it's duty first. Duty first. I wonder how many times William has watched this. I wonder how many times William has watched this. I wonder how many times he and his courtiers have tried to come up with a scenario where William could answer the call. Do you guys remember when James O'Brien talked about this? Oh my God, he was like, I think he said something about it gave him chills or something. Wait, do I still have that?
Knitting together Boris Johnson's despicable comments about flag-waving pickaninnies, but also understanding when the Antigua and Barbuda reparations...
No, that's not
the
it.
hosts of a neo-Nazi...
That's not it.
Who do you think the Daily Mail have managed to imply is responsible for Justin Welby's situation?
Oh, and I are also preparing for what's coming next.
No. Oh my goodness. I don't have that one.
The hosts of a neo-Nazi podcast,
No.
Knitting together Boris Johnson's despicable comments about flag-waving pickaninnies, but also understanding when the Antigua and Barbuda Reparations Support Commission write in an incredibly powerful letter to Sophie and Edward Windsor, a letter so powerful it prompted them not to visit Grenada. They write simply...
No, gosh, I wish I know I have it. I just probably have it labeled the wrong way, but that's okay. That's okay. I'll share it with you another time. Promise.
I'm sorry we can.
Oh, there we go. Now, let's get to this spot of bother. I'm not going to share the video, but I want you to hear Kate articulate the way she feels about nature. Uh-oh.
World this time.
Sorry to break in.
How are you doing? Good.
Spending time in the natural world, this time near the shores of Lake Windermere. It's outdoors where Princess Kate says she feels the biggest sense of peace.
It is so therefore meaningful for me as a place to balance and find a sort of sense of peace and reconnection in what is otherwise a very busy world.
Sporting a Baker Boy cap as she strolled with a group of young scouts and Chief Scout Dwayne Fields, the Princess of Wales looked happy and relaxed as she talked about the life skills scouting gives young people and how being outdoors is a place of escapism for all.
I find it a very spiritual and very intense emotional reconnection, I suppose, these environments.
3 months on from revealing she's in remission from cancer, Kate has often spoken about the benefits of spending time in nature and how it became her family's sanctuary in the wake of her diagnosis and during her chemotherapy treatment.
I think this is a sign that we will see more of her, that she is now back at work, that she wants to concentrate on her passion project.
Almost 5 years as president of the Scouts and the first woman to hold the post in the movement's 117-year history, the future King's wife looks like she will embrace her role for many more years to come. Kira Durkin, Good Morning Britain.
Sorry to break in.
How are you doing? Good.
Spending time in the natural world.
Did you all hear her? Hello, everyone. How y'all doing? Trying to be relatable. Hello. Hello, everyone. How y'all doing? How y'all doing? Hello, everyone. How y'all doing? Seriously, Kate?
This time near the shores of Lake Windermere. It's outdoors where Princess Kate says she feels the biggest sense of peace.
It is so therefore meaningful for me as a place to...
It is so therefore meaningful to me. God, I thought I butchered the English language. It is so therefore... Woo!
Spending time in the natural world, this time near the shores of Lake Windermere. It's outdoors where Princess Kate says she feels the biggest sense of peace.
It is so therefore meaningful for me as a place to balance and find a sort of sense of peace and reconnection in what is otherwise a very busy world.
Sporting a Baker Boy cap as she strolled with a group of young scouts and Chief Scout Dwayne Fields, the Princess of Wales looked happy and relaxed as she talked about the life skills scouting gives young people and how being outdoors is a place of escapism for all.
I find it a very spiritual and very intense emotional reconnection, I suppose, these environments.
3 months on from revealing she's in remission from cancer, Kate has often spoken about the benefits of spending time in nature and how it became her family's sanctuary in the wake of her diagnosis and during her chemotherapy treatment.
I think this is a sign that we will see more of her, that she is now back at work, that she wants to concentrate on her passion project.
Almost 5 years as president of the Scouts and the first woman to hold the post in the movement's 117-year history, the future King's wife looks like she will embrace her role for many more years to come. Kira Durkin, Good Morning Britain.
Do y'all remember the last time she tried to rock that look? Do y'all remember the last time she tried to rock that look? Somebody caught her off guard and snapped that picture. If she don't look like a hobo, I don't know what she looked like. Looked like a vagabond standing there in the distance. This is like that lone figure that you see in the distance and you just kind of gather your kids and say, come on, kids, we're going home now. Ladies and gentlemen, Kate Middleton wearing her Baker Boys hat. Yeah, that was, gosh, how long have I had this photo? Oh, October 15, 2024. Yep, October 15th, 2024. That is Kate lumbering around the park for whatever reason. I don't know. But yeah, now look at her. Now that she knows the camera's there. Now that she knows that there's a camera, she has changed her whole look. Because this one, she looked like she on that stuff. But this one, now she would probably not embarrass her children. I think they'd be a little embarrassed to have her come out like this. But this one, nah, she's together here. But I guess I shouldn't be that way, because here she was overcoming something that she probably never had in the first place, compared to here when she knows that the camera is there. You know, I couldn't even repeat what she said because I know it wasn't. Let me see. What was that she said? Gosh, I can't even say it now.
Says she feels the biggest sense of peace.
It is so therefore meaningful for me.
Okay. It is so therefore meaningful to me. It is so therefore meaningful to me. Yeah, I'm going to forget that again. It is so therefore meaningful to me. It is so therefore meaningful to me. Who talks like that? See, when you take someone from a rural community like Buckleberry, Huckleberry, Mayberry, wherever she's from, and then you start to introduce those elocution lessons, it's like something out of Jules Verne, isn't it? It's like a scientific project. It's like a scientific project. I feel like we have just witnessed something that should have never happened. I'm more afraid of this than I am cloning. This is not natural. Whatever they have done to her, whatever they've done to Kate, I think somebody needs to go to jail, because this is not natural. They have taken this poor stick figure and taken her out of her element and put her into that highbrow world that she lives in, and she just doesn't fit in. No wonder she never goes any place. No wonder she don't have any friends. My God, what have they done to that woman? You know, if I don't stop, I'm gonna start feeling sorry for her. But she's a mess, an absolute mess. And the sad thing is, she's so busy looking down her nose, I don't think she realized how pathetic she is. It started when they had their engagement interview, and nothing has changed since. She has not advanced in the least bit.
Well, obviously it'd be, I would love to have met her, and she's obviously she's an inspirational woman to look up to, obviously to this day, and going forward and things. It is, it's a wonderful family. The members who I've met have achieved a lot, and very inspirational. So yeah, I do.
Poor William. He probably realized in that moment that it wasn't going to get any better. He was probably hoping that she would be able to offset his deficiencies, but together they don't even add up to a whole person in that family. They just don't. And that is why they stay after Harry and Meghan. They go after Harry and Meghan for who they are, because they're trying to somehow cover for Will and Kate for everything that they're not. So that puts the Sussexes in a very, very unfortunate situation. Kate is still on holiday. She filmed her Walk in the Woods self-promotion video 3 weeks ago on 25th of March. She hasn't worked since then. The world may well be busy, but escapism is a luxury few can afford. The public should be told the truth about Kate's life being less than busy as she enjoys her third vacation this year. On the skiing slopes, when Will's Good Morning Britain stopped gaslighting. No, when Will Good Morning Britain stopped gaslighting the public with Kate's PR stunts. Probably about the same time that they stopped gaslighting people about William's PR stunts. You guys, the video that they shared with her walk in the woods, it was in slow motion. It was like this slow motion kind of melodramatic thing. So you can really see Kate enjoying the spirit of nature. You know, the same words, or at least the same type of conversation that they would call word salad had it come from Meghan. Right? If Meghan said anything about enjoying nature, it would have been word salad. When Kate does it, it is ordained. It's right out of the Bible or something. Some great scholar somewhere thought it up and wrote it, and then Kate repeated it. At least that's what we're supposed to believe. Us Weekly. Princess Kate will work more when she's closer to becoming queen. But I thought that lady on Good Morning Britain just said that we will probably see more of her. That her walking in the woods 3 weeks ago, her walking in the woods 3 weeks ago is supposed to be a cue to us that she's going to work more in the very near future, which totally contradicts everything else that we've heard, especially from Big Arm Becky English. It is in total contradiction to Rebecca English. And this is how they get away with it, is they keep people confused. So that somebody will say, but I thought they said, well, they did say it. They said it before they didn't say it. The next time we see the Princess of Wales, it will probably be Easter, the 20th. Side note, everything feels off kilter because Easter is so late this year, right? It feels like a lot of people's spring break schedule got thrown for a loop. Anyway, if we see Kate on Easter Sunday, that will be her first public appearance since St. Patrick's Day. To be fair, we saw more of Kate in the first quarter. And we know why, don't we? We saw more of Kate in the first quarter of the year than anyone expected. I still believe the Duchess of Sussex's return to Instagram and Netflix show triggered Kate in particular. By the way, this is from Celibacy. And suddenly she was desperate to be seen out and about. But because her month-long absence, we're getting a new round of poor Kate is still recovering. How dare you expect her to work when she's preparing to be queen? Do you see why I love Celibacy? Do you see why I love Celibacy? Oh, those girls are a read. Seriously, that's what the whole point of this of Us Weekly's cover story this week. Some highlights. Kate returns to work. Kate returns to royal duties as has been careful and considered, reflecting on her need to protect her well-being. Royal commentator Afua, whatever her name is, tells Us Weekly her ability to manage this transition will set a precedent for how the royal family balances duty with personal well-being in the future. They should go by the precedents that Queen Elizabeth and Prince Philip set. Carry your behind to work. Take your arse to work. It's not that hard. You have a whole team of people managing your diary. Just go to work. Do you know it's more stressful when you're hiding away from work than if you just go to work? Well, maybe it doesn't stress them out because, whatever happens, they're going to cover for them. But for the average person, when you call off on a work day, you can't really enjoy it as much. At least I can't. But some people, I guess they're okay with it. They take to it like a fish to water. Kate was lazy when she first met William. She was lazy during their engagement, and the Queen tried to send word that Kate needs to get a job before the wedding. So they got her a position at Jigsaw, which she barely showed up. Kate has never, ever worked. I promise you, she has never worked. What they do, I would hate to call that work. She's never worked. She has never worked. Sean say, I can enjoy it. Kate will work more when she's closer to being queen. She'll likely take on more public engagements alongside William, representing the monarchy at state visits, charitable endeavors, and major national events, says Afua. Afua, y'all know the one with the big hair. Despite additions to her daily diary, her fundamental approach is likely to change dramatically, shares Mata, adding that Kate has been laying the groundwork for a steady, impact-focused style of royal service by prioritizing long-term projects like her Foundation Center for Early Childhood, also known as that grift, like her long-term project, the grift, Early Foundation Center for, what is that, Royal, anyway, over quick one-offs. So let me go back to that one part. Where is that at? Impact focus. Now, I believe they said the same thing about William. And that's why I said earlier, you guys, they do not intend to work like Lizzie and Philip. They're going to do a bunch of these soft focus, slow motion videos with all kind of hip, fun music, dramatic music. That is how they intend to reign. They'll make these videos, and during those long absences when they really should be working, they will have something in the can, like Kate walking through the Lake District over in Wales. They'll have something like that in the can so that during these long absences, they can make it seem like they're actually doing something. Yeah, that's how they intend to reign. That is how they intend to reign. They're going to hire a producer, directors, commercial makers, and such. That is how Will and Kate intend to reign when they get the call. Two things are happening simultaneously, and both are fascinating. One, William and Kate are both heavily signaling that they believe they'll be king and queen very soon, and that Charles is not long for this world. Number two, Kate is staking out her place as future queen consort. She's making her territory, marking her territory, and her territory is the prize of a her territory is the prize of a shitty marriage to the heir and eventual king. Is this the deal that was worked out last year? I repeat, is this the deal that was worked out last year? You know, during that 172-day absence. Is this the deal that was worked out last year? Kate decides, allegedly, in 2024, she's not going to work until they come up with a deal. Because, okay, guys, okay, listen. In 2023, and in the spring of 2023, no less, I think it started in the spring. Remember, they started floating the rumor of the royal divorce. Somebody is going to have a royal divorce. Now, we knew it wasn't Harry and Meghan. The derangers and some of the Royal Rota, they tried to pretend like it was Harry and Meghan, knowing all along that they were about to dump Kitty. Y'all following me? They were going to dump Kitty. And by the end of the year, Kate really took a turn for the worse. She lost weight. She was wearing one wig stacked on top of the other. She was increasingly incoherent, but I don't think she was sick physically. I think they put a lot of pressure on her. And I think her mother put a lot of pressure on her because the Middletons sacrificed a whole lot to get that bag of bones in that family. Uncle Gary had to sell a lot of baking soda so that they can maintain that ruse of being a wealthy Buckleberry family living well above their means now that we find out. Okay? Is there any part of this that sounds like it's inconsistent? Now, remember, this is just my opinion. This is all alleged. So, the big eruption, the 28th of December, somebody heads to the hospital. We know not who. We know not why. But it was during the Christmas holiday. And before that, Kate looked worse than she ever looked in her life. Even for Kate, she looked bad. January 17th. I still say that this makes no sense. They announce that Kate is having abdominal surgery. It's not an emergency. It was scheduled. Even though they said that they were going to Italy, it was scheduled. And what was it? 45 minutes later, I slept through the whole thing. 45 minutes later, oh, you know what? This is so interesting. Guess who else is having surgery? King Charles III. But it's not an emergency. And in both cases, it's not cancer. February 5th, guess what? Charles has cancer. Oh, and let us not overlook the fact that they were both supposedly in the same hospital at the same time. We had all kind of weird sightings of Kate. Fuzzy, fat-faced Kate in a car with 5 wheels and her mother. Kate looking at a brick wall just as somebody tries to snap her picture. Kate running out of the farmer's market about 20 pounds lighter than she normally appears, right? Likely not Kate either. And then, of course, March the 22nd, Kate is sitting on a bench telling the world that cancer had been found. Precancerous cells, it keeps changing. It keeps changing. And then, of course, after that, that shuts down all speculation about where is Kate Middleton. Now we will never find out where she was because, well, you know. And then, of course, there's that very bizarre thing about Russia, Iran, and China. Western Europe's favorite boogeyman, Russia, Iran, and China, are trying to access her medical records. Now, she's not the sovereign. She will never be the sovereign. But still, they want us to believe that Russia, China, and Iran were trying to destabilize powerful Western industrialized Britain by looking into Kate's medical records. And just like saying 2 senior royals are having surgery on the same day, that never made sense. And it has since gone away, and nobody is trying to look into it. No vigils for Kate, no hospital deliveries of flowers, no appearance by her mother, her father, her sister, or her brother. Just William and his special friend possibly arriving to visit. Yes, the whole world was trying to figure out where's that brick wall. And wait. I even said this yesterday. How is it that a family with over 80 employees, a fleet of Range Rovers, Audis, all kind of vehicles, right? They even have a 8 million pound helicopter at the ready. Why would William have to drop off Kate on his way to a function? Why would he need to do that? Why would William have to drop her off? It seems like you wouldn't want to draw attention to it. And if she were going to a medical appointment, because I can't think of any other appointment she would have that they would have brought a sick woman out of the house, why was she all dressed up wearing a pillbox hat and everything? What kind of appointment was it? The Joan Collins lookalike contest? That never made sense. There are so many things that never made sense. Like 4 of the most recognized royal rotas all saying on the same day that William's absence had nothing to do with Thomas Kingston. William's absence had nothing to do with Kate Middleton. William's absence had everything to do with Kate Middleton because that's the day he found out that she had cancer. So you mean to tell me it took from the 17th of January to March what was that date for Thomas Kingston's thing? It took that long, not Thomas Kingston, but King Constantine. I think it was March the 5th, wasn't it? It took you that long to get the results from that surgery? She who does not have to queue up to see a doctor? And I'll tell you another one. Easter 2024. Would it not have made all the sense in the world for William, his mother and father, and all the rest of them to take those children to church on Easter so that they could look as normal as possible? But no, Kate's not going. Nobody's going. That's because, in all likelihood, they were in negotiation. Kate is staking out her place as a future queen consort. She is marking her territory, and her territory is the prize of a shitty marriage to the heir and eventual king. Is this the deal that was worked out last year? That Will and Kate's marriage would survive in name only, just as long as Kate would still be queen. Gotta wonder if William is constantly having second thoughts about the terms of the deal, though especially considering that he just hired his late mother's divorce lawyer. You guys, we haven't had this conversation in a minute, and I promised that we were going to do it. So I don't know how much further this will go on, but it's just so many interesting contradictions. And every time someone pulls on a thread, quickly the mouthpiece, Rebecca English, comes up with some type of response. William is not going to New York. So what happened? Rebecca English recalls that William said that he wasn't going to New York months ago. That is a flipping lie. Harry let slip that he's going to, well, he didn't let slip. He says, I'm going to New York. I got all of these things lined up. And it was a phenomenal performance by the Duke of Sussex, where he went from one room to the next at the United Nations, warmly welcomed by everyone, speaking with authority about everything. It was a tour de force. And William doesn't have the juice, so very wisely, he stayed home. His biggest opportunity of fundraising is in New York City, but he said months ago that he wasn't going. It's the same as, how come we never see William enter or exit the hospital? This was after Rebecca English went on and on and on about how William would move heaven and earth for Kate. Remember that? And so, because the Sussex squad seemed to be more concerned about her well-being than the so-called derangers, she quickly responds that she just happened to be in the neighborhood and she just happened to make eye contact with William when she just happened to be going to her Ozempic appointment. I threw that in there. It's all so convenient, isn't it? You just happen to be in the neighborhood. You don't live there. So the convenient excuse is, I had a doctor's appointment. You know what, guys? They should just move Rebecca English into one of those grace and favor apartments because she has done them a world of good. Because nobody, it's not a big audience listening to me. So most people are not going to know how contrived all of these excuses are. We know, but the vast majority of people won't. So she can get away with saying whatever she wants. And now the divorce lawyer? The only thing that makes sense about 2024 is that there was some negotiation going on. And mind you, I'm quoting this from Celibitchy. Even they were worried about Kate. I remember they closed one of their podcasts by saying, I hope she's okay. I hope he hasn't done anything to her. Because in spite of everything that I've said, everything that a lot of people have said, we mostly thought that she was gone and that they had covered it in some kind of way, or that she may have been injured or in some sanitarium in Switzerland, or that she was at some convent down in Tierra del Fuego. And just to tease the public, remember when they said that Kate probably wouldn't be seen for the next 9 months? It was as though they were trying to, this was in the British tabloid media, the people that love them. They said she probably won't be seen for 9 months. Was that a tease? Was that a hint? Did it have something to do with Thomas Kingston? I'm not making this up, you guys. If I had to go to my archive, I could find something to back up everything I just said. This was put out in the public sphere. They put it out there. The tabloids, the Royal Rota, they put it out there. The Palace. All these little bits and pieces create a tapestry of, gee, that sounds strange. That never made sense. I mean, they were getting away with it. They still have gotten away with it. I wouldn't even be talking about it if they would leave Meghan and Harry alone. It's almost it's two things. Profit is profit driven. Harry and Meghan attacks are profit driven. And also, it's just done out of habit. It's habitual at this point. It's just what they do. All of those sightings of Kate during that 172 days, they said Kate was doing the run to the school. And then the next breath, Kate can barely get out of bed. Kate is doing runs to the supermarket and taking the kids shopping for their costumes or uniforms or whatever. And then next thing you know, oh, Kate's not out of danger yet. It always contradicts the last statement. And then, of course, whoever that was that exited the farmer's market was moving faster than hoghead Pierce Morgan running out of the Good Morning Britain studios. One of the fastest mammals on 2 feet I've ever seen. People who don't know the Cambridges were saying, that's not Kate. People who do know them say, that's not Kate. The computer said, that's not Kate. People who didn't even care said, that's not Kate. I remember how that started off. That started off with a big blaring headline. I could dig it out if I have to. A big blaring headline saying that Kate Middleton was seen with the kids at a picnic football match or something like that. And then they ran some photos of Kate holding Louis's hand and Charlotte's hand. And Louis looks like he's about to stumble. That is a stock photo. And they did not mention that that photo was dated. They did not mention it. They just let you believe that that was Kate walking with those 2 children. And then the video. The Sun, the invisible contract, the Sun is not supposed to share paparazzi. So this gentleman who had never been to that farmer's market before, who is not even British, I think he was from Brazil, who happens to be a videographer, was sitting outside and he thought he saw someone he recognized. Nobody at the farmer's market or any other place ever recorded Kate with all these runs. Kate's in the back of the car, driving past a brick wall. She just happened to turn her head when the shutter goes off. Kate's riding with her mother, driving toward the person with the camera. Fuzzy, grainy, out of focus, one picture only. They took that one picture and they were satisfied. So let's go back to the farmer's market. The decorations didn't seem to be consistent with that time of year, some people said. Will and Kate supposedly live in the area, yet they have never, ever frequented that farmer's market before, ever. But that particular day, while Kate is sick with cancer or not, they decide, you know what? We're going to go to that farmer's market. I didn't notice any royal protection near them. So the Sun cannot share this video because of the invisible contract. So they give it to another offshoot of Rupert Murdoch, TMZ. Now, TMZ has a reputation for getting it right. So, of course, using TMZ is a one of. They got one time that they can do this and possibly get called out for it, which they did. So TMZ somehow agreed to share the video. That way, none of the British tabloids had to be the one. And then eventually, the New York Post, right? Still Rupert Murdoch. Now, mind you, they paid for this. They paid for the video. So it's out there. It's all over social media. Everybody's saying, that's not Kate. That's not Kate. Christopher Bosey, he was even threatened by people because he said, that's not Kate. So, what a sticky wicket. There's this video. The palace is not denying that's Kate, which is also curious. The palace is not complaining about the paparazzi in the United Kingdom of the royal princess leaving the farmer's market. They're supposed to complain about that. They did not. No protest whatsoever. Because it wasn't Kate. It was not Kate. Connie Balmer, thank you so much for the super sticker and being a member of Royal Sussex. And then all of a sudden, let's get back to TMZ. Thank you so much for that. TMZ suddenly reverses, and they do not want to be associated with that video. They even said, that's not Kate. All of a sudden, they were angry because they were pulled into this caper, thus impacting their reputation, which they value. They value that reputation of saying that people are dead, and they're dead. So they got pulled into the big lie. It was so important to them to convince people that Kate is alive when most people were starting to speculate that she wasn't. It was so important to take that pressure off of the royal family, who at that point had become the laughing stock of the world. That was something that they never experienced before, was being such a butt of the joke. They never experienced anything on that level. Especially Jane of the Jungle, Kate Middleton. We can't let precious Jane get scrutinized, laughed at. So they had to bring TMZ in it. The only thing is, it did not work. It just did not work because people weren't buying it. But I'm going to say, for the most part, they have gotten away with it because they managed to shut people down. Hey, Sharon Augustine. They managed to shut people down because of Kate's cancer or not cancer. And even though it has all been so inconsistent, even though nobody takes credit for recording that video of Kate sitting on the park bench or whatever bench, it is not accredited to anyone. And again, just like TMZ, instead of someone at the palace recording it, instead of a well-known camera crew, they just used the credentials of the BBC to give it credibility, because no matter what anybody thinks of the BBC, they are still considered the most honest brokers when it comes to the news in the UK. more people trust the BBC than not. More people trust the BBC than any other news, paper, print, whatever. So they could have gotten anybody to make that video. They could have gotten Sky, Channel 4, whatever. But they needed the gravitas of the BBC to make it work. And just like with the farmers market and TMZ, not enough people were buying it. It didn't work. People were speculating that it was an AI video. Nothing's moving. There's no breeze, nothing. The only thing that moved, I think, was Kate's hair. A couple of strands of hair, and that was it. The bench didn't make any sense. The whole disappearing wedding band. And that was like 720 quality video, if 720. We live in a world of HD, 4K, 8K. Why did it just so happens that it seemed like they went and got their old Motorola flip phone, their old Motorola Razor, to film? The BBC filmed her with a Motorola Razor. Is that logical to anybody? That it was so ethereal looking. I began to refer to it as Renaissance Kate because it looked like an old Renaissance painting of Jesus. Yeah. Oh, and Helen G., I'm so glad you said that. You came in at just the right time. I'm so glad you say that. Remember, someone interviewed the famous Kate Middleton body double, and then all of a sudden she disappeared? All of a sudden she disappeared. They got on camera saying, that wasn't me. And then we didn't see or hear from her ever again. Or how about that kid that got doxxed? Remember, they had some article, and Rebecca English tweeted about it. The article was not accredited to any person in particular, but the Daily Mail had exposed this kid to his neighbors for being whatever he was online because he dared question the whole "where is Kate?" So he got doxxed by the Daily Mail. And just like the BBC video, there was no single writer. It was credited to the whole of the Daily Mail. I'm not making this up. And I kept receipts. None of it made sense then, and it makes no sense now. Or does it? Does it make sense? Because looking at this right here, if this is true, then it makes sense. They're buying time. Kate was hiding out at her mother's house and just refused to work. William had custody of the kids. Kate did not. Allegedly. When it was time to go to the Christmas Carol 2024, Kate shows up, and then another car comes up later on, and Kate goes back outside. Who is it? Will and the kids. They didn't arrive together for some reason. Kate is not in line to the throne. She could have done absolutely nothing if that car with Will, Charlotte, Louis, and George had somehow not made it. I don't want to speculate what could have happened, but if the worst would have happened, Kate should not have been separated from the family. George should have. George should have arrived by himself. But it was Kate. And then when the kids get there, they look pretty pleasant. They look pretty pleasant. Oh, wait, no, I take that back. 2023, they looked pleasant. 2024, they look like somebody was holding the nanny ransom. Remember that? They barely smiled. They looked very robotic. Like there was something brewing with mama and daddy. Even Louis was particularly calm. And that was Christmas 2024. The Christmas Carol. It was painful to watch the kids. And Charlotte in particular. Do you remember that look she had on her face? Especially in the car when they were leaving. Charlotte looked furious. What was happening? What was happening? Let's also remember the kids, all but George. George had maybe 2 or 3 appearances with his father, but Charlotte and Louis were not seen until Trooping the Colors, June of 2024. They were not seen until Trooping the Colors. Where were they? And then, of course, Carol and Mike Middleton, they were not seen until Royal Ascot. The British media had no way to get a picture of Carol Middleton looking concerned for her daughter. Now, in any other situation, they would have had Carol Middleton, if this was a real thing, they would have had photos of Carol looking concerned. They would have wrote up a whole article saying how she must have been thinking about her daughter. That never happened. And again, no Mike, no Carol, no James, no Pippa at the hospital ever. And so enters Rebecca English, that the press had agreed to protect their privacy of the other patients coming and going from the hospital. Were they? Then why were they there to catch Camilla coming and going? The same press that didn't want to bother anybody bothered everybody for Charles and Camilla. A contradiction. A contradiction. Rebecca English goes on social media, as she does every day, and she's hearing the murmurs about no family visiting Kate. So they contrived a reason why there's no press. And so Camilla began to troll Will and Kate by making several appearances a day and doing a costume change each time. This heifer was changing costumes and emerging from the vehicle with a big smile on her face. That was the best performance Camilla has put on as queen consort. That was her best performance. Oh, let's see. And there was Lady Gabriella at Royal Ascot, the happiest looking widow. Oh my God, you're right about that. You're so right about that. Yeah, you're right about that. Oh, you guys, I just love this. I love it. I love talking about it because it is the mother of all royal mysteries. It really is. Well, I'm going to look at your comments. If anybody else has anything they want to add, throw it in there. Let me take a look here. That farmer's market fiasco didn't look like Kate Middleton. To me, it was a body double. I think I looked at that one already, didn't I? 9 months. 9 months. Nine months of it. You know, I don't know if there's anything in writing or what's happening. I cannot even imagine. But I keep going back to 2023. They were literally writing so many things about, well, I don't think it was written about that much. Let me take that back. But there were postings and such, even from the Royal Rota, where they kept saying divorce. They kept saying divorce. There's going to be a royal divorce. And at the same time, 2023, they're gaslighting us into believing that Will and Kate have never been closer. But, there's a but coming out of my mouth. They said over and over again, 2024, the first of the year, there's going to be a divorce. And the closer we got to 2024, the worse Kate appeared. And then, of course, instead of having a plaster on one finger, she had a plaster on 2 fingers from a trampoline accident. Because she injured herself on a trampoline. It looked like she had fractured 2 fingers. And I got another one for you. Who remembers this? Who remembers this? During Kate's recovery, there was speculation about where she would convalesce. And several of the royal reporters during these, weekend shows and stuff, I remember one of them said that Adelaide Cottage is one of the coldest places that you could be. He made it sound like it was a refrigerator at Sam's Club or Costco. and that she should not stay there. And it was just too much talk back and forth about where she would recover, should she be with her mother. But they said that one of the things they were all consistent about is that Adelaide Cottage was not fit for her long recovery. They kept stressing how long her recovery would be. That fascination with Adelaide Cottage and how inadequate it was for Kate Middleton's recovery. They talked about it too much. Yes. The same person who could not possibly recover in cold, freezing, dank, musty Adelaide Cottage seemed to be so prone to taking a cool midnight bath or swim. Yes, you almost forget that happened, but yes, it did. That was a tone, as though they were preparing us. Which we should go back to Endgame. If there was anything that would have given William cover for divorcing, it would have to be the whole thing about Kate asking about Archie's skin color. In other words, Kate being the racist. But we never got that far, did we? Kate and Charles, their approval were at an all-time low because Charles and Catherine were being considered the likely racists in the family. The entire royal family's popularity took a nosedive. They were 48% popularity. Individually, they still were close to their numbers, but as a institution, the entire institution sank below 50%, which they said their popularity was below water. They were below water in popularity. And it seemed like the only solution was abdominal surgery and prostate surgery commencing January 17th. And then for whatever reason, Charles suddenly has something more serious. Okay, he's the sovereign, and certainly you don't want to look weak. So it made sense for him to be evasive. But Kate's not in line for the throne. What difference does it make? But Kate did not want to disclose. Kate did very little to help other people struggling from something she probably didn't have in the first place. So, that being said, Endgame caused a great deal of pain for Kate and for William. I mean, not William, but Charles. It caused him a great deal of pain. More so Kate than Charles, because Charles is king and that's all to it. Charles is from an older generation, so people could be more forgiving. But Kate? Yeah, that was dangerous for her. Because Charles could divorce and still have a future. But the whole thing about Kate being the one that was racist, if William were going to dump her, that would be the right time to do it. That's why I feel like it makes sense to leak that through a publishing company owned by Rupert Murdoch, to leak it and weaken her status. So that way, excuse me, if you decide to divorce her, it would be much easier in the eyes of the public because she would have been considered damaged goods anyway. So all of that may or may not be true, but it certainly fits together very well. It's a whole bunch of pieces that seem to lock into place. And not one piece is left over. You could almost explain everything. But whether or not it's true, well, that will be for people to find out in the future, if ever. Black friends? No. But then again, we've never seen Kate with a friend. And William, he only hangs around other aristos. He only hangs out with aristocrats. And within those circles, their deference for him is an obligation that they're pretty much born into. But the people that are closest to William are all those bearded people at Kensington Palace. Those seem to be his closest confidants, his friends. And as far as Kate doesn't really have any friends. The few times that images of Kate were leaked, she didn't even have a lady in waiting. She didn't have anything or anybody. And it used to be that she would do stuff with her mother or Pippa. That doesn't happen. She don't even do anything with her family. Now, it is possible because of the invisible contract that she's coming and going all the time, and we just don't have any knowledge of it. But surely some member of the public would have gotten a photo. But it seemed like the only photos that come out is what they want us to see. Nothing more, nothing less. Hey, Yvonne Clark, your dog woke you up. So let me see. William has some sugar in his tank. He wants to live his life, and he had his kids for the city. Okay. Let him go, Kate. He's for the world now. Well, I mean, he has a taste for pulled pork sandwiches. So, that makes sense. The heart wants what the heart wants. Okay, you guys, I'm going to go on to the next thing. I don't even know what's next. Let me see. But I think I'm almost done. So I showed this one already. I cannot get over that face that she's making. And we talked about this. I kind of jumped forward with that. Oh, okay. This is something interesting to end with. Princess Meghan really is the blueprint for all royal fashion. Today at Princess, who is that? 2024, Crown Princess Amelia wore Sophia, a brand known to be a fave of Princess Meghan. Well, we remember the red and also the blue. And then if you take a look there on the right, you can see that the Crown Princess of the Netherlands is wearing that same dress, but of course in a different color. All right, there you see. And then, of course, there is the shorter version. But yeah, over and over again, Sophia keeps popping up. Thanks to the Duchess of Sussex. Oh, yes. I needed that for this. I needed that for this. So thank you so much. I did find it already. Oh, all right. And I think this is the last. I was so proud that Francia Marquez, she spoke at the United Nations. Now, I don't think it was her first visit there. And I don't know what kind of address it was, as it was all in Spanish. But as always, I was super proud to see her. I love her so much. I think she is such a courageous person. And from what I could pick up from Spanish, of course, she was proudly speaking of Colombia, women, all of the things that that she cares about. So if you guys get a chance to, especially if you can understand or speak Spanish, do check it out. Let me see if I can find a link for it. But yeah, this was, I think, 2 days ago. Yeah, maybe 2 days ago. But otherwise, you guys, I am done. Thank you so much for the very interesting share, or shares, should I say. Francia. Also, there was some kind of, let me see here. I'm going to have to translate that. But 5 days ago, let me see, intervention by Vice President Francia Marquez during the solemn session of the plenary of the Mexican Senate. I guess she was, now that's translated, so the grammar may be off, but there was some kind of event where they have the Colombian flag and the Mexican flag. So I don't know what the event was about, but let me see. Let's see if I can figure out what it was. Okay, watch the Vice President, Francia Marquez Miña, remarks from Mexico City during the solemn session of the Mexican Senate. Okay. So it looks like she addressed the Mexican Senate. And if I'm correct, I think she got a standing ovation. But yeah, I love her. I think she's so courageous. Okay, let me get the thing for the United Nations. Okay, yes, 1 day ago. All right, so there's that, and I will pin it to the top of the chat. Okay, so you could check it out for yourself, but she did speak at the United Nations. What it was about, I have no idea. I'm gonna have to get someone to translate that for me. I was hoping that the caption would do it, but it didn't. It only came out in Spanish. But wait, I should be able to do it anyway, though, right? Oh, well, I'll figure it out. Yeah, at the United Nations, addressing the fourth session of Permanent Forum on People of African Descent on the 14th of April 2025 in the United Nations in New York, Colombia's Vice President Francia Marquez called for a plan of historical reparations for the effect of colonialism, slavery, and systematic racism. Hold on. As well as the creation of a global fund for historic reparations to eradicate the consequences and damage of colonialism and slavery and racism. Well, she doesn't aim low, does she? She does not aim low. She is so courageous. Okay, so you guys are good? I am done. And if you guys want to have another one of these Where's Kate catch-ups, we can do that again another time. I'll see if I can find some interesting new factoids to share. And who knows, maybe in a month or so, we can try to figure some things out, like, will there be a divorce? Inquiring minds want to know. Yeah. Oh, are you looking at it right now? Are you looking at it right now? I just love her. I just think she's like such a dynamic person. You have to have confidence to be Francia Marquez. You have to have a lot of confidence. You have to really believe in yourself and believe in your message, because as I was saying earlier with you know, how the threats increase at such an alarming rate because of a Black presence at the White House, the Black presence at the Buckingham Palace. Well, here in a very macho society, you have this Black woman as the vice president of Colombia, you know, and things are very different from what I have gathered. Things are very different in Latin America. You don't have such a public representation of Black people in magazines and television and such, although there are some, but not in any way like you would have here in the United States. It's very different, especially when it comes to leadership. Very different. And yet here she is, the ultimate symbol of change. in Latin and South America, or South America. That's right there by the Panama and such. So yeah, the ultimate symbol of change. And I do worry for her. I really do. Yeah, we seem to be stuck, right? We seem to be stuck. Yesterday, I got 2 new subscribers and they're gone. And what I think happened is when I was telling people to check their subscription, I think they unsubscribed themselves. At least 2 people did. Oh, thank you, Connie Bomber. Elaine Parker, how you feeling? Are you okay? Let me see, who else do we need to catch up with? I'm so glad to hear that. So glad to hear that. Well, I'm open to just about any topic if anybody has anything else. If not, then I think we are going to call it a day. And I don't think I had any more videos I wanted to share. You know, I usually don't think about it until I'm about to log out. Hey, how do you guys feel about the just left the casino and you are still on? Love it. Oh, well, thank you very much, Denise Marcus. Oh, really? Oh, that's nice. That is very nice. So does that mean you're heading south, north, east, west? Okay, what was I about to say? Oh, how do you guys feel about all of this stuff about luxury goods? I don't like it. You know, they have all of these people saying that these items come from the same factory. It was interesting the first couple times I saw the videos, but now I hate it. I hate it. I think it's just awful. And let me explain why. Okay. Thank you, Denise Marcus. Let me explain why that bothers me. There's so many things in this world that take pleasure away from us, right? So many distractions, bad news, um, you know, relationships, health, mental and physical health. There's a lot of things that can go wrong. If buying a Gucci purse makes you feel good, if it makes you feel bougie and gets you the attention that you want, I say go for it. But now that they have tried to cheapen the experience of luxury goods, I think that's just really taking the wind out of everybody's sail, right? That is, at least let me think that I have something of exceptional quality. Why take that away from me? Why? I was enjoying, not rubbing things in people's face, but just the idea that this is exceptional quality. It will last a lifetime. It won't wear as fast as other comparable items. Whether it's true or not, that's debatable. But why take that away from us? Why take that away from us? Oh, thank you, Heather Stroud. Now, I have a couple of knockoff items, and I know that certain parts may have come from the real deal. It doesn't come with the guarantee. It's not authenticated, but it's mine. It's functional and beautiful. And then when people ask, I feel special. I'm like, oh, thank you. Oh, okay. 4 generations together. Wow. That is impressive. What a blessing. So, some time ago, there was a documentary about counterfeit goods, right? Maybe some of you all seen it, maybe you haven't. But one of the things that they explained in that documentary is that some of the items, the quality is so good that you would not know the difference. And then some of them, they could do about 90% of the item, but they had to substitute because they cannot get the same hardware. They can't get the same quality leather. It's this or that. Even the way things are constructed may not be on par with the authentic item, regardless of where it comes from. But the look and feel of something quality, well, it's going to get you every place you need to go, but it's not really what it looks like. It's not what it's made of. How does it make you feel? Now you're going to have everybody saying, my purse came from the same place your purse came from. Why take that joy away from us? I always said that if I ever made it big, I would get a tank watch, a Cartier tank watch. That way I can feel that connection to Meghan. Well, I would get the men's version, but I like the idea that Meghan has a tank watch. Diana had a tank watch. I want one too. So that would be something that I would do if I had the means. And now I have to wonder, is this the same as what they have on Canal Street in New York? So anyway, I was waiting to see if you guys had anything to add to that, but I don't see anything. So I guess not. But that is one of the things I've been paying attention to, is this whole idea of the Chinese merchants, manufacturers saying that You're wasting your money on these luxury goods. Anybody? Nobody? Anybody got a story to tell or something to lend to that? Dorothy Ross. Hi, Dorothy Ross. Thank you so much for saying hi. I hope you're well. Well, Dorothy Ross, I don't know, you might enjoy it. We were having a very interesting thing with the, whole will they or won't they divorce? Yeah, that sort of thing. So definitely look for that. And we had a few laughs along the way, but that's how we spent the bulk of the time. And you guys know I am addicted to that. There's a YouTube, I mentioned this, I think, before. There's a YouTube channel where they talk about the Hermes, the Kelly bag, the Birkin bag. And I don't know why I get a kick out of looking at how much they cost. And, somebody's got like a $30,000 purse and they're just like, this was just laying around my house and I thought I would trade it in. Or I'm here to sell it. Oh, Balenciaga. I didn't know they had been around that long. Wow. Interesting. Very cool. Yes, hang on to that. And Connie Bomber says, I have a Chinese pal who brought me a, what's that? Is it Coach bag? I don't feel comfortable using it. A croc bag. Is that spelled right? Brought me a croc bag. Huh. I don't know what that is. Let me take a look and see what that is. Do you not feel good about it because it looks too expensive or something? Oh, you mean Crocs like the shoes Crocs? Oh, thank you, Dorothy Ross. Thank you so much. That makes me very happy. Naomi Maria says, my friend bought me a Coach bag spinoff from Thailand the first day the zipper broke. I'm sorry. Naomi, were you trying to like zip it and it just like slipped off the track and maybe you like hit someone in the arm or hit somebody on the shoulder, like you were just tugging it and it was, you know what I mean? Oh, I'm so sorry that happened. And let me see, I've always thought that 23 was has happened with Kate and Williams. Yeah, that's what I think. That's what I think. I think somebody got lonely and turned to a friend for some, comfort. I mean, after all, Thomas Kingston used to date Pippa. So he should be he should have been a very familiar face amongst the, Middleton family. The item on Oh, okay. I wonder what that is. Should I go take a look? You don't have to say. I go and take a look. I'll see what's in different colors. You know, I'm smiling. I love a surprise. I'm like a little kid. I am smiling now. All 3 or 4 of my teeth are showing. Okay, multiple colors. Let me see what that might be. Oh, let me see. It says here. Okay, I see what has multiple colors. Well, I can't think of anything I don't like. If that's helpful. Huh. Aren't those nice though? If we're talking about the same thing. I just thought they were wickedly interesting. A little busy looking, but I like stuff like that. It kind of reminds me. Oh, I tell you what, Connie Bomber, is what you're talking about, like those pens that you gave me that I love so much I won't even use them, and I show them to everybody that comes through the door. Is it like that? Because you know I like stuff like that. Those are the most beautiful pens I've ever seen. They're very rich with detail. So if we're talking about something like that, yeah, I see what you mean. Oh, crocodile. Oh, yeah. That is kind of flashy. I don't blame you. But Connie, how does it make you feel? How does it make you feel? Does it make you feel good? Right? I mean, you could save it for a special occasion, but it's like you just rub your hand across it and you can feel the luxury, you can feel the quality. But I tell you what, guys, whatever that guy said on that TikTok, let me show you the holy grail of purses, of bags. Okay, this is, oh, let me see here. Oh my God, that's the price it costs used? That's as expensive as a new one. Okay, you guys, do not cuss me out. I am just the messenger. I am just the messenger. Do not cuss me out, but I'm going to show you the mother of all bags. The mother of all bags. The one that says, not only have I arrived, but I own everything. Everything. It's like carrying a house, okay? It's like you're carrying a house. So bear with me. Give me just a second to grab it. Wait, $100 off? As if that makes a difference. All right. Almost there. Give me a second, you guys. You may already know what I'm going to show you. Maybe you don't. And you may look at it and say, I don't see what the big deal is. Or maybe you do. But either way, it is very pricey. And, well, it's enough to get your head busted. Okay, I think I have found every conceivable angle necessary to tell the story. All right, ready for the reveal? Because I'm not. Just give me a second. Hold on, because I'm coming. Reach out to me for satisfaction. Call my name. For a reaction. Okay, I submit to you the Birkin. This is the Birkin bag. This is from Hermes, and it retails for $499,500. In other words, $500,000. $500,000. Hermes Birkin 25 Himalaya. What is that? Something crocodile diamond encrusted palladium hardware. That is the Birkin. That is the Birkin, the Hermes Birkin. And it cost $500,000. Yeah, if Liberace was alive, he would have one. I believe J-Lo has one. I think Kim Kardashian has one. But they cost $500,000. And 25, that's the size. I think they come in, what is it, 20, 25, 35, something like that. Oh, Miss S says how long I've been on. It's been 3 hours, 45 minutes. So what do you guys think? Is it worth it? Is it worth it? I want to see if I can zoom in on the hardware. $500,000 bag. My God, what could you do with that money? $500,000. Okay, let me show you the palladium diamond hardware. And yes, it's made out of crocodile. Okay, so there you go. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Let me take this away. That is the hardware. That is where you can put the lock. Every bag comes with a lock. You could actually lock it. But essentially, it's just a bag. It is just a bag. That's it. It doesn't do anything spectacular. It's just a bag. The Hermes Birkin, made from whatever alligator, not alligator, but crocodile. And it retails for $500,000. $499,500. How about some Chippendale dancers? Some very well-armed Chippendale dancers. I think for that price, it should come with Arnold Schwarzenegger and what's his name? The one that played Rambo, Sly Stallone. It should come with Arnold Schwarzenegger and Sylvester Stallone. And their security team. They have one that's called the Picnic. I don't know why it's so expensive. Hermes picnic bag. Wow. The Hermes picnic bag. They have a used one that costs $80,000. They have a new one. No, it's used. $64,000. Oh my God. It's a wicker leather bag. It has a wicker like basket type of design and leather. And I promise you, it's not all that special. Well, it is special. I take that back. It is special, but not $63,000 special. Now, this is a cute idea, but I don't know if it's worth the money. Well, I got to stop saying that because that's also relative. It's called the Hermes Birkin, number 20, So Black Matte Alligator Midnight Farborge PVD bag. Now, whatever does that mean? Anyway, let me show you the bag. I could probably show you better than I could tell you. Did it come up? Oh, it won't come up. Let me, oh, I got to get rid of some stuff to bring it up. No wonder. Okay, give me a second. Let me get rid of a couple of things. And then when I do that, it'll come up. What? Oh, it still don't want to come up? Oh, all right. I need to do this another way. No matter. Oh, wait. I know what I need to do. Do that. Now try it again. All right. Does he love me? I want to know. How can I tell if you love me so? Is it in his eyes? Oh no, you'd be deceived. Is it in his eyes? Oh no, you make believe. If you wanna know if he loves you so, it's in his kiss. That's where it is. Oh yeah. So that bag is called, let me see, the Hermes Birkin number 20. So 20 is a size. So Black Matte Alligator Midnight Farborge PVD bag. Now, what's the story behind this bag? Well, since you didn't ask, it is it's from 2022. Okay. Well, it doesn't give a firm explanation about it, but it kind of looks like a store, right? It's like you're looking at the Saks Fifth Avenue or something. Well, anyway, something like that is just for fun. An expensive hobby, but just for fun. You really have to know yourself to carry a bag like that. Let me see. With a ripped bodyguard. How about a repairman? It should come with a repairman. You know which one I'm talking about? Let me see. Let me see. Oh, there you go. It probably should come with a repairman. There you go. This for that. Or that. Now you're going to need two for that one. It's a twofer. So yeah, that's what you use. Or I tell you what if you buy this and you get breakfast on Christmas? What about that? Christmas breakfast. You get that for Christmas with breakfast. But of course, it depends on who's making breakfast, right? So let me see if I can find a chef to make breakfast. Hold on a second. So you get that bag. It comes with breakfast. Who's going to make breakfast for you? Uh, let me see here. Wait, I know the chef is here somewhere. Give me just a second. Oh, okay. Okay. Here you go. So one Birkin, Himalaya with breakfast. There you go. With breakfast for Christmas. Does that work? I think that's a fair trade. You give them $500,000 and they give you a Himalaya Birkin. They give you a Himalaya Birkin bag and Santa's little helper. I think that's fair. A Himalaya Birkin bag and Santa's little helper. Too much? I mean, check out the hardware. I'm talking about the bag hardware. What stovetop? Wait, you could see the stovetop? You can see the stovetop. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's an old-fashioned gas-fired stove. Well, okay. Listen. Since you spent $500,000, right? You've already spent $500,000. You've gotten yourself a Himalaya. You've gotten yourself Santa's little helper. Is there anything else I can throw in there to close the deal? Anything else I could throw in there to close the deal? Let me see. Okay. If you're not satisfied to have the Birkin bag, Himalaya, for $500,000, you're not satisfied with Santa's little helper. What about Santa? What about Santa? We'll throw Santa in there for you too. Okay? And a side of Idris Elba, huh? Or is that for the main course? You want Idris on the side or the main course? Oh, you're good with the first offer? Oh, this is so bad. This is so bad. Let me see here. Okay. Idris it is. Idris it is. So you're getting Santa's little helper. You're getting, what else are you getting? You're getting a Birkin bag, the most expensive. All this is for $500,000. You're getting Santa, and you're getting a side of Idris. So I think it is money well spent. Yeah, it's money well spent. Money well spent. Okay, you guys, it's been 4 hours. I'm going to get off of here now. Didn't mean to. And to think I said we were only going to be here for an hour. Let me see. Where are the slides for today? Is this it? Yeah, that's it. A vacation home. Okay. Now, are you saying the bag costs as much as a vacation home, or you want all of the above mentioned and a vacation home too for $500,000? I think that's fair. I mean, you got to have some place to take the bag. Miss S. If I didn't know better, I would think Church Nelly was here. Where is Church Nelly? Has Church Nelly been on any of the other channels? Well, before I go, I'm going to do what I always do. I'm going to take a look through the Twitter and see if there's anything interesting out there. Okay. Not so much. Not so much. Wow, we had enough time to listen to both of the podcasts. Okay, I don't really see anything of note. Let me see. That purse better be woven from. Oh, let me find that channel that I always talk about. I think it's called Love Luxury, something like that. All right, love luxury. And all they talk about on here is luxury goods, mostly Hermes. People trading or buying Hermes. So if you want to know why the Hermes bag is such a big deal, you have to check out this channel and you'll hear all kinds of stories about Hermes. Yeah, I don't know if I would ever buy anything so luxurious, but I think it's interesting. I think it's like wearable art. And the idea that somebody took a long time to make it and all that, how many hours of crafting it took, I'm inspired by that. I am inspired by that. Oh, yes, Tom Bradley, mayor of Los Angeles. I remember him. And Andrew Young, he was mayor of Atlanta. Wasn't he the first black mayor of Atlanta? Yeah, so you guys, if you check out that channel, you will see how people are like drooling over the Birkin bag, the Kelly bag, all the Hermes bags. And the prices. Oh my God, the prices. I mean, when was the last time you heard someone say, I just flew in from Los Angeles? Now, this guy went from Los Angeles to London to pick up a green Kelly bag for his fiance. He had flown all that way to go to this shop to get that bag that was hard to find. And that's the other thing that makes it a lot of fun is that they are very difficult. Do you know that if you get on the waiting list to buy a bag from Hermes, you are not allowed to turn it down. If you turn it down, they'll take you off the list. So you buy it, you use it, or you buy it, you trade it, but you're not allowed to refuse. Otherwise, they're going to punish you for it. And that is how they keep their bags so exclusive. I find the whole thing very fascinating. You take this bag or you're going to be sorry. Yep, you take this bag or you are going to be sorry. If you have to trade it, you have to trade it, but you got to take it. But they have some interesting stuff. I will admit, it's very interesting. I will not confess that it's worth the money to me, but I could see why other people who could afford it would buy it. Hey, stay informed. Let me see. I'd swap Idris for Tyson Beckford coming out of the water with dreads. Okay. All right. So no Birkin. Oh, the famous firefighters calendar. Yes, that's the annual firefighters calendar. I've seen that before. Um, oh, you get more out of Tyson? Yeah. Understood. Understood. Okay. Okay. I'm going to say good night or good morning or wherever we are right now. It has been a pleasure. I enjoy keeping everybody company. Hey, Church Nelly. Yes, we were just talking about you. We were just talking about you. Now, let me ask you the question. Would you purchase a $500,000 Himalaya bag from Hermes made of crocodile, dyed specially to look like the Himalaya mountains or whatever, Himalaya mount, whatever that is, right? To look like the Himalaya mountains, dyed to look like the mountains. Would you spend $500,000 if we threw in someone to cook Christmas breakfast, right? Someone to make your Christmas breakfast. So it comes with Santa's little helper. It comes with Santa. And someone to do some odd work around the house. And Elaine Parker insists on Idris Elba. All of that could be yours for $499,500. If you're going to do a GoFundMe, you should start now so you'll have the money by Christmas. So that is the $500,000 Birkin Himalaya bag, which comes with let me see. It has the diamond encrusted palladium hardware with a locking mechanism. So you get the bag complete with diamond encrusted locking mechanism. You get someone to help you do some odd jobs around the house. Santa's little helper makes you breakfast for Christmas. And we're going to throw in Santa. And just for a good measure, a side of Idris Elba. Your choice. I don't pull my chain because this sale is not going to make me or break me. Oh, okay. So you want a what do you call it? One of those polo. You want a polo fundraiser, right? You could have a polo fundraiser featuring Nacho and Boris Kojo. Sure. I think for $500,000, that fits into the budget. Yeah, for $500,000, that definitely fits the budget. So anyway, if you guys are interested in learning more about the Hermes experience, the Hermes bags, the Kelly, the picnic, whatever they call it, the Birkin, there's a link at the top of the chat. It's a channel that I watch on YouTube, and they talk about luxury goods, luxury items, and in particular, the Hermes experience. Bags that cost as little as $15,000 or bags that cost as much as $500,000. Okay. Oh, you mean like if somebody is getting on your nerves, there's a little opening where something comes out and right across the lips or something if they're getting on your nerves. For that kind of money, I think it should. If it doesn't, it should. Right? Like somebody cuts you off in line and then you just pull on that leather tab right there, and all of a sudden a big hand comes out. Now that would be a nice option to have with that bag. That would be a great option, by the way. I don't know why I'm kind of hungry. I want something to eat. Yeah, why they don't have that now, I don't know, but they should. They really should. That way you won't have to worry about hurting your hand. Right? And if the police stop you, you won't have any scrapings under your nails. So better to have something mechanical. All right then. Yeah, they call it the mother-in-law hand. And would you like your bag equipped with the mother-in-law hand or the anti-mother-in-law hand? uh Oh yeah, that's why rich people wear gloves. You know, as filthy as the world is, there's a lot of times when I wish I had gloves on just so that I would feel, better when I'm out. Because I don't like touching everything. When I come home, the first thing I do is wash my hands. I don't care what else is going on. I got to wash my hands. Oh, okay. Okay. Love you guys. I had fun, and we are going to say farewell for now, and we will pick up where we left off tomorrow. And as usual, gosh, I hope I don't come on so late. Okay, cheers. Cheers.